And we are live. And I can tell you, I've been monitoring it on one screen. It's not good news. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it looks like they have a serious issue with a leak again. The LH2 valve was leaking, and they sent out the red team.
All right, launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson just gave the go for the Red Crew team to enter Launch Complex 39B that you see there on your screen to work a issue with a leaky replenish valve on the side of the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is the gray structure that you see there. The Red Crew team is a highly trained group of individuals, 2 technicians and 1 safety lead that will be making entry into the pad to tighten down bolts, the packing bolts on the valve. It is a straightforward job as described to me by the launch team. Once they're at the valve location, the Red Crew has advised it should take about 15 minutes to do the work. So they should be in and out of there relatively quickly. There's no troubleshooting to be done. They have a specific task that they're going to go in there and perform. And then they'll depart the pad. It is a hazardous operation inside the blast danger area. And the launch team will be tracking their every movement. EMS is standing by, along with pad rescue. We'll keep you updated. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Very straightforward. Go tighten some bolts. Good luck with that. 15 minutes? Really? That is not good. It's a leak. Period. You can tighten some bolts, and voila. It's just going to fix the issue. I mean, it's straightforward, like he said. I mean, it sounds easy. Not so much. Let me know when you're ready. So let's see. Let's see if they can fix it. But it sure as heck is not good news. So again, a leak. So we'll see. Now I think, don't quote me, I think there's a 2-hour launch window. Somebody could look it up. It starts at 1:04 a.m. Eastern. So, they do have maybe a little time to work on this issue and get it resolved. And I'm going to look it up right now. Good luck. It just says opens at 1. It is a 2-hour launch window. It is a 2-hour launch window. I'm reading it now. Two-hour launch window Wednesday that opens at 1:04 Eastern. However, the countdown is well underway. Blah 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 blah. So there is a 2-hour window. So it's till 3:04 a.m. Eastern. So that does give them a little leeway to see if they can repair this. So crossing fingers, and you can see it on the screen. Red Crew addressing replenish valve LH2 leak. And we just heard him say that they're sending the team out to the pad and they're simply going to tighten some bolts. And he said it's as straightforward as that, and it should take about 15 minutes. It is a highly hazardous situation. Repair. And they've got EMS and all kinds of emergency vehicles and personnel standing by. But they're saying we'll tighten some bolts. 15 minutes. It's as simple as that. So that's a very optimistic perspective, point of view. Obviously, you want to be an optimist and not a pessimist in a situation like this. But we're definitely going to be getting updates, and they have cameras everywhere, really. They can zoom in. I'm wondering if we're going to actually see that. Now, I don't know if we will, because that might be deemed something that the public should not see them do. We'll see if they show it or not. That will be interesting in itself. If they'll actually show it on cam, the repair itself. This rocket has had so many issues with leaks. That's been the main issue with the Artemis launch. Is leaks. And trying to repair it on the pad. Where the last time they said, okay, we just can't do it. We got to roll it back. And that delayed it for weeks. And then the weather delayed it. And now we have this. So we'll see. But there is a 2-hour launch window. So that's good. The weather is good. The weather is not the issue. It's a mechanical failure. It's a leak. Like it happened when they were going to launch this the first time. And the second time. And it got delayed and delayed and delayed because of the leaks. Well, we've got another leak. Is anyone surprised? I'm not. At all. Because it's happened already. So let's see what happens. Hopefully, it will be a straightforward repair, as he mentioned. Takes approximately 15 minutes. And we'll have a launch. I don't know why on my YouTube. See, Streamlabs doesn't update my streams. I put a title, and it still says I'm streaming the Southern Torrids meteor shower, so I'm going to have to go in there manually and change that. It's a YouTube StreamYard thing. Streamlabs, I mean. It always does that. It's a pain, actually. So, hopefully this is going to get repaired. Southern Torrids meteor shower coverage. Oh, that's just too funny. I can't even take it. Let me mute. All right, edit video. The title is correct on Trovo. The title's correct on Rumble. And the title is correct on Twitch. It is YouTube. And I should do it with the capital I. And it even has the Streamlabs, and it has Skywatcher Gaming. This is just a mess, to be honest. It should be okay now. At least I changed the title. All right, I have to take someone to work in a few minutes, but I'll remove myself off camera and mute myself, but you'll be able to hear any commentary that comes through. Now, the live commentary should be coming in 20 minutes. NASA TV, which we're looking at pretty much right now. But there should be live commentary at 10:30 Eastern, and we're going to get a lot of updates of what's going on then. This is a different coverage of the event. This was the tanking operations stream. That started at 3:30 Eastern today. And then it's going to flip to the actual launch coverage that's supposed to happen at 10:30. Now, this may transition directly into that. I am not sure, but I have the channel ready just in case. Because I've been covering this all day, on and off. So this is more of a fingers crossed and hope they repair it kind of deal. Okay, let me remove this. I need to get the station sorted. I actually had a nice conversation with John B. Wells for the first time. I actually got to really talk to him today, and it was pretty cool to hear that voice. His wife is lovely. And that's what's airing on KGRA right now live. There's the crew. The red crew is heading toward the pad for the repair. So let's see how much they show. Now, this is the red crew. I'm just curious, I'm kind of being silly right now. Do they have a red outfit going on? I mean, hazmats? What are they? I mean, what is this going to look like? I'm just making, silly reference. It's the red crew. Red meaning it's an emergency crew. It's almost like red alert. So I'm curious to see. Now I'm going to have to leave in a few minutes, but I'm curious to see how much they actually show now. And how many people are involved? 4? Anyone want to guess? Let me get the station. Station is set. Now we still have the audio piping through. Nobody looks to be in any kind of hurry, right? They're calm, cool, collected.
Okay, you're looking at a live shot of the launch pad and the 2 vehicles at the bottom that just arrived, the 2 technicians, and the safety representative. This is the red crew that is specifically tasked to go out and tighten some bolts on the core stage hydrogen replenish valve.
Right, Marco?
On the side of the mobile launcher.
Yeah, I like
it. It is a hazardous operation. But as you can see from this camera view, and I have view of the safety team here, they're monitoring multiple camera views and watching the red crew as they do their work.
Multiple camera views, which let's see if we see one.
Looking to fix an intermittent leak.
They're
that
static.
popped up about an hour ago.
They're static free. You know that this is totally, like you said. I'm looking at the comments in chat, and Marco made a comment. Calm before going to tighten a bolt on a liquid bomb. This is super hazardous. Just to tighten a couple of bolts. It takes 15 minutes. Tighten a couple of bolts. 3 guys, 2 technicians, and a safety person. Wow. I guess it doesn't take much to tighten a couple of bolts, right? What could go wrong? Now I'm being sarcastic, obviously. We pray that everything goes well. You ready? Yeah. So I'll be back. I have to take Kendra to work. I'm going to take the camera off screen, and I'm going to mute. So let me know what happens when I get back. It'll be 10 minutes. All right, what did I miss? I go outside, the car's covered with snow, and it's a slush fest. A freaking slush fest on the streets. It's 32 degrees and the freezing point, and it is not good outside right now. So what happened? Give me an update. Oh, it stopped snowing. It's more like freezing rain now. But the streets are hazardous, and I went outside. And the snow sticks to the grass and the cars, and my car was covered with snow. I was like, "What the heck is this? What a surprise!" So what's going on? Fill me in. No answer comes from Mission Control. Well, obviously, the crew is probably doing what they need to do, the red crew, to try to address the bolts. So we just have to wait and see. You can hear there is audio, but there's just nothing going on. Let me mute. Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see. You can hear there's somebody near the mic. The first red team was having problems. They are not answering, so they are sending a second team to find them. Don't say that. Oh, my God.
T-minus 2 hours and 13 minutes. We are tracking the red crew, 2 technicians and a safety representative that have made entry to the launch pad and are currently inside the compartment where the leaky replenish valve is. Again, the red crew, which is a specially trained crew to work in and around a fully tanked rocket.
Yes, Marco.
Is inside the compartment area where the leaky replenish valve is. It's on the liquid hydrogen side. Their job is to torque down the bolts, the packing nuts on this particular valve, and that is, as I understand it from the launch team, currently in work.
So how
The safety team is watching on cameras that are in and around the launch pad.
how big is this?
This
valve?
is not a totally uncommon operation. The red crew, there's a number of individuals who stand by ready to do work on the red crew, who are specifically trained in their areas of expertise when they have to put hands on at the launch pad after or during tanking.
So not a totally uncommon.
So this is likely to eat into the launch window.
2-hour launch window.
An update on the tanks. We are in replenish on both the liquid oxygen core stage and upper stage. We are in stop flow for liquid hydrogen on the upper stage and the core stage. And that stop flow, of course, is related to the intermittent leak on the replenish valve that's on the side of the mobile launcher. We saw the red crew go in. The red crew estimates it'll take about 15 minutes to complete the job. And then they're coming right back out. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Okay. So, they've been there now how long? Maybe 5 minutes? So maybe in 10 to 15, we'll see them hopefully coming out, back to their vans, driving away. And yeah, it looks like this is something that they can handle. We'll see. There is a 2-hour window, so this is not going to really interfere if they can repair it It's not going to really interfere with the actual launch because there's a 2-hour window. So hopefully, fingers crossed, they can tighten these bolts and stop that leak. I mean, if you're sending in 2 technicians, how big is this? It can't be that big, right? I mean, how big is the actual connector where the leak is? If it's, how many bolts? 15 minutes? That's kind of quick. So it's going to be interesting to see. And hopefully they can repair it and nothing else comes up. Because that's another thing. Then they got to restart it. Because they stopped it. And then they'll start it up again and hopefully there won't be a leak. And we can move forward. Now, on a show early on KGRA, I told Martin it's a 6-week orbit around the moon. Then it returns back to Earth. But this was a last minute thing. I kind of said, Martin, you got to mention it on the show. And he said 6 day. But it was bang, bang, So I get it. It's 6 weeks. And who knows, we were talking about this last night, when the Artemis 2 launch will happen. It all depends on how this goes with all the tests. But you're looking probably at 2024. And that will have astronauts on board and they will orbit the moon. Then we figure like 2020, late 2025, probably 2026 is Artemis 3, where a crew actually lands on the surface of the moon. And there are 13 candidate spots for them to land on the moon, south pole of the moon. They have 13 spots to choose from. They made that announcement a while back. So now the last budget cost was $93 billion for these 3. That's going to go up. It's probably going to be closer to $150 billion before all is done. So we'll see. So everything gets delayed. There's always something that comes up, just like this. This was supposed to launch in August. We're in November.
T-minus 2 hours and 7 minutes and counting. We are currently tracking work done by the Red Crew. Currently out at the launch pad, a specially trained crew, torquing down some bolts on a hydrogen replenish valve. The safety team has eyes on it. They're currently doing that work. I want to make a programming note for you. Currently, if you're watching NASA TV's main channel, we are now going to begin the special launch broadcast that we have planned.
I mentioned that earlier.
Meanwhile, over on the NASA television media channel, we will continue with operational commentary. Again, we're getting ready to start a launch broadcast, a special launch broadcast on the NASA TV main channel, but we will maintain operational commentary on NASA TV's media channel. Please stand by for that. This is Artemis Launch Control.
So we're soon going to find out if I need to make a switch. It's supposed to start at 10:30. It is 10:29. As I'm checking the radio station. And we're good. So let's see what happens. May have to do a switch over. I actually don't want to hear the commentary right now. I'd rather hear this because we need to know what happens with this repair. I don't necessarily want to hear the commentary, but I'm sure in the commentary they're going to update what's going on with this situation. But this is critical right now. There is no launch commentary if there is no launch. So everything is dependent on what happens right now, the next few minutes. I would say within the next 20 and 30. The heck is that? Sounds like the actual audio from the pad. And they lowered it. You know, this always boggles me. You would think that NASA streaming would have all their ducks in a row, video and audio wise. Their audio feed is terrible. I have to boost it on my mixer board. It comes in very low, and then it might come in high when the commentary starts. Right now, it's coming out of the right speaker more than it is on the left. You would think on a stream like this, exceptional quality is important. That's just my opinion. Maybe that's the producer in me talking. But that ain't good. They would be fired. It looks like the screen froze and the audio is piping. So I'm going to do something. We're going to check the other stream on YouTube. We're gonna mute this guy because that's just annoying. And we're going to go to NASA TV. And the live feed. And this is the
football as we attempt to make history today. I'm Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Kayla Barron. Kayla, great to have you here again.
So awesome to be here tonight.
Well, some of you may know this, but Kayla served as a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission.
So,
it launched to the International Space Station in November of last year, and she lived in...
To be honest, I'm not really interested in the commentary. This is just my own personal preference. I want to know what's going on here. Personally, because this is going to decide what's going to happen tonight. Oh, the clock stopped. Is that because it froze? All right, I'm going to try to play it again. So their stream looks like it just froze. So this stream froze, which is not good. Let me see.
Boy,
I have
don't know,
no favorite
Adrian?
CubeSat. Yeah, sorry, I have no favorite CubeSat right now out of my...
I am not listening to some third-party broadcast. So I think we don't have a choice here but to go to this one.
Formed, and we know so little about it. There's a lot to learn by returning there and doing some awesome geology work, but it's also the perfect proving ground for our continuation exploring further into our solar system and eventually going to Mars.
Right.
We need to test all the operations concepts, all the equipment, habitats, rovers, suits, all of these things. And so it's the perfect place to test all of those things out and learn the things we need to do something that's almost hard to wrap your head around, going all the way to another planet.
Absolutely. Really ambitious goals, and it all starts here with Artemis 1. So Artemis 1 is the first flight test of NASA's brand new Space Launch System, or SLS rocket. It's the world's most powerful rocket and will send an uncrewed Orion spacecraft farther around the moon than any of the Apollo missions before it. Artemis 2 will be the first crewed mission around the moon, and then Artemis 3 will use a brand new human landing system to bring astronauts to the surface of the moon. Future Artemis missions will dock to Gateway, NASA's lunar orbiting space station, before descending to the moon. So Kayla, what must we demonstrate with Artemis 1 before we put astronauts on board for those future crewed missions?
This is our first integrated test flight of the rocket, the Space Launch System rocket, and Orion, the capsule that crew will fly in on Artemis 2. And so it's really important for us to put
Now
all
again,
these systems together.
this is commentary. If you guys want to listen to this, it's fine.
In real time, in
But to
concert
be
together.
honest,
we do a lot of testing before we get to this moment, before we get to launch day. But it's
I really hope that this stream starts to work again, because this is where they're observing. Oh, look at that. So that just dropped. Nice.
flight. So that's a big thing we want to see.
That's not good.
The heat shield perform successfully, and then of course recover the vehicle, test all of that. So it's a lot, but it's the important first step before we put crew on the vehicle.
Yeah, lots of eyes on this one for sure.
It froze. It says live, but it froze. And this is the one that's going to give you the live updates about the repair. So we have no choice.
Well, there is a red crew, as they are named, a specially trained team of individuals out at the pad making an unplanned change to a replenish valve on the liquid hydrogen side. There are 2 technicians and a safety representative that are right now working inside the mobile launcher. It's in an open air area that has a replenish valve that goes to the liquid hydrogen side of the core stage. Now this happened roughly earlier this evening, probably about an hour ago, when a leak was detected at the core stage liquid hydrogen valve by the launch team here inside firing room 1 at the Launch Control Center. Unfortunately, the team here was unable to remedy the leak remotely, and so it became necessary to send a crew of individuals called the Red Crew out to the launch pad to make a hands-on fix, so to speak, to that valve. What they're doing is they're torquing down bolts that are on the valve. They believe that by torquing these bolts down, they'll get a better seal on that replenish valve, and that should remedy the leak. The leak was detected by the hazardous operations team here inside the launch control when the percentage of hydrogen went above 1%. Now that's significant for this particular area because it is an open air location, the skid valve that runs the liquid hydrogen into the core stage. And we had reached replenish when this leak was detected. Over on the liquid hydrogen side, of course, there's 2 tanks on the core stage, liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Both had been topped and gotten into replenish when this leak was detected. Currently, liquid oxygen is topped off and stable in replenish, but the liquid hydrogen is in stop flow at the moment, which will prevent them from proceeding forward with a launch until that leak is remedied. Again, this Red Crew is inside the area, inside the blast danger area, working inside the mobile launcher, torquing down those nuts that are associated with the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen side of the core stage. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the operation. In the meantime, I'll send it back to Megan.
Thank you for that update, Daryl. And yes, we are looking forward to your next update as to what happened with the red team out there on the pad. Now, today will be our 3rd opportunity.
So they did say it was going to take approximately 15 minutes. Now, I left at 10:15 when they said the crew was, this is about the weather delaying launch. The first 2 were due to technical issues, leaks. But it's been over 15 minutes. So hopefully they're leaving the pad now and getting ready to get back to their vehicles and leaving the area, period. because there is a 2-hour window, but then they have to restart the fueling, the tanking, and see if the leak occurs again. So this is big. And, they're talking, they're all hyped up for the launch. There is no launch if this doesn't get resolved. I mean, it goes without saying. So you can see the gentleman that's giving the updates in the upper left. So now they're talking about the weather. So let's see what they're saying about the weather. I think the weather is the least of our worries.
Any type of satellite imagery like the ones you just showed. Overall, weather is looking quite favorable as we head throughout the countdown and into the launch window. So here's what we're looking at right now, really just one area of concern. That's these upper level clouds that are moving in. So there's a cold front in the Gulf of Mexico right now. That's producing some showers in the Gulf, but those are not expected to get to us by the launch window. But the upper level winds are bringing in some cirrus clouds that are moving in. Now they're high enough and thin enough where they're really not going to be a concern. For it to be a thick cloud layers rule violation, they'd have to be a lot thicker and a little bit lower in the atmosphere in order to hold a charge. So that's what we're looking for in these lightning launch commit criteria, not just natural lightning, but rocket triggered lightning potential, as some of these clouds can hold a charge. A rocket can actually induce a lightning strike in an atmosphere that's not strong enough to produce a natural lightning strike. So that's really what we're watching. But right now, weather is go. These clouds, as I said, are high enough and thin enough where they're really not going to be much of concern. But we are going to be watching it. My colleagues Melody Lovin, Mark Berger, and the rest of the launch weather team will be watching this very closely as we head closer to T0. So let's take a look at the graphic. The latest briefing, 90% go. Really the only concern being the thick cloud layers rule and a very small concern for the cumulus cloud rule. But overall, the weather is looking favorable. As I said, right now, weather is go. Those clouds are high enough and thin enough where we do not expect them to be a concern. So I'm happy to report a very favorable launch forecast.
So weather is not going to be the issue. It's this, obviously, we all know what the issue is going to be, the leak.
Here in
odds.
Florida, you know what I mean? Weather can really be tricky here in Florida. So 90% is perfect. Now, Florida's Space Coast has been the primary launch site for NASA's crewed missions for the last 6 decades. First Apollo, then Shuttle.
Now figure, the launch window opens at 1:04 a.m. You're looking at least add 45 minutes to that. I would think if they fix the leak, you're looking more at a 2 a.m. launch. The 1:04 early window, the earliest possible launch window, is done. That's a wrap. So it's not launching at 1:04. Probably more likely closer to 2 a.m. if they fix the leak. So if you thought it was going to launch at 1:04, if the launch were to occur, that's scrapped. We're looking more likely closer to 2 a.m. because of this delay trying to repair the leak. So let's hope they fix the leak and we have a launch tonight. The launch window closes at 3:04 a.m. Eastern. It's a 2-hour window. So hopefully we'll see a launch at some point tonight. And I mean, there's a lot of nervous people right now there. They can talk all they want about this stuff, and it's moot if there's no launch. It really is. So what I'm waiting for is the next update by that gentleman to let us know what happened with the red crew and see if they have now left the pad, re-entered their vehicles, and are now leaving the area. Then we'll know, because then the next phase starts, and that's tanking again and seeing if the leak still exists. So right now, that's what we're all waiting for. At least that's what I'm waiting for. Because there's not going to be a launch if, obviously, I'm sure they're optimistic. They said this is not totally uncommon, that it can be done. But in real time, tightening a bunch of bolts, can you believe that? it's down to tightening a couple of bolts. Maybe not a couple, a few. By 2 technicians and a safety officer. Probably observing. I didn't think they were going to show us camera views of the repair. So and a few other people in chat agreed with that. I didn't think they were going to actually show us the repair underway in real time. I didn't think we were going to hear communications either. All we're going to get is an update. So all we can hope for, crossing fingers, is that they succeed in the repair, tanking continues, and there's no leak detected. Then I'm thinking, like I said, approximately 2 a.m.-ish Eastern, we may see a launch. So there's going to be a delay. And that's, oh, here he goes.
Currently, right now, inside the mobile launcher at the base of the launch pad, they are doing work on a replenish valve, currently torquing down the bolts in order to remedy a leak in that replenish valve that was detected a little over an hour ago. Now, this is significant because currently, with a leak, they have had to go into what's called stop flow on the liquid hydrogen tank of the core stage. Normally, under replenish, they continue to flow liquid hydrogen into the tank as it boils off in order to maintain a level of around 100%, but that has been in stop flow, and so at this moment we are slowly losing liquid hydrogen in the core stage hydrogen tank. The Red Crew went in and is currently working a little longer than expected on the issue. It was estimated that it would take 15 minutes to do the work, but as we're now finding out, the Red Crew is torquing down the bolts and then backing out of the area and allowing the launch team to cycle the valves to test to see if they've got that leak fixed. So as they do this, we understand they will cycle this work, go in, cycle the valves, torque them down again if it continues to leak, and then back out and test the work. And this may continue until they have it fixed. The Red Crew going onto the launch pad isn't a totally uncommon occurrence, certainly new with the Artemis program, but work like this was done in previous space programs. The Red Crew is specially trained for this work. They are accustomed to working around in hazardous operation, especially a fully tanked rocket. Again, we are tracking Red Crew's operation out at the pad. It's expected that this will eat into the launch window, which currently we have liftoff at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time, but the window runs 2 hours to 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, monitoring the Red Crew's work. We'll have more updates for you a little later on. For now.
So I just said all that 5 minutes ago. And like I said, if it's running longer than I expected, it was supposed to be 15. And we're getting close to 10 of 11 Eastern. So you're looking right now, if they were to get this thing fixed now, you're probably looking at a 2 a.m. launch from 104. If, big if. Now, you heard what he said. When they cycle it and there's still a leak, the red team's going to go back in and try to tighten the bolts more. And that's going to take time, and then they're going to have to leave. So that would make the window probably closer to 2:30 if we're lucky. And the window closes at 3:04. So let's hope on this first fix there's no leak, because they're only going to have 2 shots at this. There's only going to be 2 shots. It's not going to be a third. The window's going to run out. So if they can't do it on the first fix, they got to do it on the second fix. Otherwise, there's no launch tonight. It's as simple as that. Because like he said, they're losing hydrogen. So now they got to retank. And that's going to take time. So let's hope. That was only supposed to be 15 minutes, and they're still there trying to repair the bolts. So I'm waiting to see the next update, and hopefully he'll give us some good news that there's no leak detected, the team has left the area, and tanking has begun again. That's being highly optimistic. But it's like I always say, it's better to be an optimist than a pessimist. So they're pretty much, engaging with social media and gathering questions, keeping people tuned in. But until we get the word that the leak has been repaired, that's the only thing I want to hear right now. There's pretty much nothing else, because all of this is moot if there's no launch. But they have to do what they got to do in the event that launches a go. The clock is still continuing. So as far as they're concerned, there's still a launch. Now, I will not be surprised, because they definitely have EMS and emergency crews standing by for those individuals, the 2 technicians and the safety officer that are doing the work to fix that leak right now. Obviously, they're there standing by, God forbid, because that is a hazardous area, what they're doing right now. So hopefully the repair will be done. And we'll have a launch tonight. But let's see. The guy I would think within the next 5 minutes, we'll get another update at the 11 o'clock hour. Well, 9 minutes from now, I would hope we're going to get another update to see if there is any good news about this leak. So it looks like it's going to be a long night or early morning. It's always something. This one has been having issues since the first attempt with leaks. They tried to repair it on the pad, and they said, okay, we just can't do it. Got to roll it back to the assembly building. Then it rolls out. What happens? Weather. Storms in Florida. So it's been delayed since August. And hopefully they say he said it, it's not a totally uncommon thing that they can go in and make the repairs. So it seems like this is something they actually can do. It's not like they're not optimistic that they can do it. There is the possibility that this can be done. Otherwise, they would have had a discussion already. They would have scrubbed it. Since they haven't scrubbed it, that means there is the possibility that they can do this repair.
That's the latest here from Firing Room 1 at the Launch Control Center. Megan will send it back to you.
Oh, God, I missed
Thank you,
it.
Daryl. 1 hour, 41 minutes until, again, the planned start of the 2-hour launch window. Right now, let's head over to the Apollo Saturn V Center at Kennedy Space Center's Visitor Complex, where NASA's Dan Hewitt is just inside in front of a Saturn V rocket, which is the only vehicle to date to carry humans beyond low Earth orbit. He's going to show us what he has behind us there, the moon board. It's an interactive tool.
Yeah, thanks, Megan, and welcome everybody. We're in the Saturn V Center, fitting that the rocket that carried astronauts to the moon of Apollo is just over our shoulder as we meet the rocket that's going to do it with the next generation under Artemis. So SLS, the Space Launch System, is out on the pad right now. It's on the mobile launcher. Before we jump into that, just to give you some perspective, so that valve that Daryl's been talking about is in the base section of this mobile launcher down here. That's different from the areas we were focused on in August and September in these 33-foot-tall tail service mast umbilicals that are delivering the hydrogen and oxygen to the core stage of SLS. But let's jump right in. A couple of key components to SLS. We're going to start here on the sides with the solid rocket boosters. If they look familiar, they're derived from those that flew the space shuttle. In fact, some of the segments of these boosters today were flown on previous space shuttle missions. We call them solids because of the type of propellant inside. If you were able to look in, you would see a mix of ammonium perchlorate, aluminum powder, and a binding agent called polybutadiene acrylonitrile. That's your expert vocabulary word for the day. Now, as these are firing, they're providing more than 90% of the steering and 75% of the thrust as SLS makes its way uphill. And those are attached to the core stage, 212 feet tall, 5 major sections. We're going to start at the fun part down here on the bottom. 4 RS-25 engines, again, derived from those that flew the space shuttle. In addition, we have this core engine section here where we have all of their necessary plumbing, also the connection points where we're feeding the propellants into the core stage itself. And as these are firing, each one providing up to 500,000 pounds of thrust during operation, consuming 1,500 gallons of propellant every second as they go uphill. Now, these are liquid rocket engines, which means you need a fuel, about 500,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen, and an oxidizer, about 200,000 of liquid oxygen up here. That hydrogen gets fed through feed lines down at the bottom of the tank here. The oxygen coming from these 2 feed lines you see running down out of this, the intertank section. The inner tank also has the upper attachment points for the solid rocket boosters. The bottom attaches down here at the engine block. Now, all the way up top, we have the forward skirt. It's where you have your core avionics, your brains for flying SLS, as well as connections to the mobile launcher and some antennas. And if we zoom in, why does it look all bumpy? We have a spray-on insulation on the core stage. These propellants are stored at cryogenic temperatures, hundreds of degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. And so we have to try and keep them as cold as possible. Now, underneath this upper skirt, we have the second stage, the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS. This is a modified upper stage from the Delta IV family
This
of
is like a
rockets.
DIY build-your-own rocket instructional
Single
video.
RL-10B-2 engine, also propelled by liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. This is used for our in-space propulsion maneuvers. Critically, that translunar injection, which is going to give us the energy to go beyond low Earth orbit and head out to the moon. Altogether, that's the Space Launch System. It's going to be making its first flight, hopefully today. It's going to be a heck of a show. Let's get back to the countdown. I'll send it over to you, Megan.
Thanks, Dan. 1 hour, 37 minutes and counting until our 2-hour launch window opens tonight. The Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft together, standing just taller than the Statue of Liberty at Launch Pad 39B. It's the culmination of years of development and thousands of tests. Here's a look at its path to the pad.
The Space Launch System is really the backbone of the Artemis missions. It's the truck. It's the big carry vehicle.
It allows us to carry both crew as well as the equipment that we need to live and work on the moon.
60 years ago, NASA was in a race to get to the moon. This time is more than just a race. It's about establishing a long-term presence.
Can you imagine rolling the Statue of Liberty out to put at the pad? That's what we're doing.
It will lift up from Earth with more power than the Saturn V, which was the first vehicle to take us to the moon.
Artemis is our next giant leap.
The difference between the Apollo program and the Artemis program is really the focus on sustainability and using the moon as an outpost for further exploration.
This time, we're going back to learn how to live and work on the moon.
The Space Launch System really is the culmination of our knowledge for 60 years of building rockets.
We started by looking at over 1,700 different potential components that would go into the rocket, and by looking at the way we could reuse some of the most reliable equipment that was flown on the shuttle.
We took those and we put them together into a system that had enough energy to make sense to do the mission that we've been asked to do.
We're moving from low Earth orbit, like you see in the International Space Station today, to moving beyond that.
So I got a message from Andy Morrow on Skype saying that the Red Crew has left. That's coming in from Andy Morrow. Work is done. That's the messages I'm getting in on Skype thanks to Andy Morrow. So it looks like, right now, it looks like the work is done. Let's see if they test and there's a leak.
Contractors as well as
Thank
with our
you,
NASA
Andy.
experts, our science and engineering department, our safety and mission assurance team.
To get the Space Launch System designed, developed, and produced, it has taken thousands of companies across the country.
It comes together by train, it comes together by plane, it comes together by barges.
So all of that culminates at the Kennedy Space Center for the launch of the first Artemis mission.
Everybody has worked together to ensure that we have a safe and reliable rocket.
At NASA, safety and testing is extremely important because ultimately this rocket isn't meant just to carry cargo, it's meant to carry people.
It takes all types of education, all types of backgrounds, all types of diversity to do the things we do, and it'll be great to see a diverse crew land on the moon.
Where the Space Launch System comes in is providing that reliable transportation so that we can start flying these rockets on a routine basis to take people and to take payload to that outpost, the moon, and also the gateway system.
We have a generation who've never seen deep space exploration, and this will give them an opportunity to see that this is something that they can potentially do themselves.
It's going to be a paradigm shift for NASA. We're going to be back to looking at things
I'm sure we're going to get an
nobody's
update
ever done before.
once this video ends.
A lot to look forward to, and it all begins with launch. Afterwards, our friends at Johnson Space Center in Houston will control Orion once it's on its way to the moon. Let's get an update of operations there with NASA's Leah Cheshire.
Thanks, Megan, and welcome to Mission Control Houston, home of the red, white, and blue flight control rooms. But today we're in the white flight control room, which is just across the hall from where you usually see us in the International Space Station flight control room, like this morning when we conducted a spacewalk outside the space station. Now, this white flight control room has been used before during some space station missions.
Now, I'm just going to cut in. This month is all about Artemis. Next month, keep an eye on Starship. There may be the first orbital launch from Florida of the Starship, which is crucially important. So they're saying in December, we might have the first orbital launch of Starship, SpaceX. So keep an eye out for that, because that's critical. That is important. That's going to play an integral part on any missions going to the moon and Mars and beyond. Transport, cruise, Starship is key. It is a very important component. They're both going to work in tandem. So keep an eye on that next month for the Starship launch, the first orbital launch.
Orion further than any crew-rated spacecraft has gone before. But for now, Megan and Kayla will send it back to you at Kennedy Space Center to keep walking us through the events of the day.
Well, you just heard Leah remind us that no one is inside Orion today. Again, it's because Artemis 1 is a flight test to prove we can safely return crew from lunar orbit on Artemis 2. And when we launch the first crewed mission, NASA has a very diverse and talented core to choose from, including Kayla here. We're looking at video now of some of your friends who got to go to the pad. That looks fun.
Yeah, it's always so exciting to see the rocket on the pad because you know you're getting close to launch. So we're all just really excited to see how this test goes today.
I wish I could have gone out there with them. You and me, what happened? We didn't get our invite. And I thought this was fun too. Some of your friends also got to fly over the pad in T-38s. Here's video of that now, incredible video. So these flyovers were common during shuttle, right?
Yeah, and we still try to do them whenever we can. We actually use the T-38 jet as a training platform. It's a chance for us to practice making real-world decisions in a high-risk environment, practice working as a team, and a good analog for spaceflight.
Okay.
But we also like to fly by the pad when we can, when we have a rocket out there. It's a way of saluting and thanking the team for all the work it took to get to this moment.
That's great. Yeah, a worthwhile thing to do because, yes, the team has worked so hard to get to this moment. And you spoke about training. Has training already started for Artemis 2 for you guys?
We're we've been developing the training, but the crews aren't assigned yet, so they're not in dedicated training flows yet. But our team at Johnson Space Center, where we train for human spaceflight, are working on all of the things that we're going to need to teach the crew and the best ways to go about that. Once we get that crew assigned, they'll be straight into training right up until launch day.
Awesome. Cool. All right, I can't wait to hear who gets assigned. And the absence of crew today doesn't mean Orion is empty. There are plenty of other interesting things flying on Artemis 1, including several technology demonstrations and science investigations we're going to show you throughout the broadcast. There are also some mementos like these seeds that we have right here, right, Kayla?
Yeah, we have an example of the moon seeds that will be flying as part of this mission today. And the idea actually comes from an Apollo 14 astronaut, Stuart Roosa, who flew seeds with him to the moon, hundreds of them, and then brought them back to Earth. And then they were planted all over the country and the world, and they're called moon trees. And so we're kind of carrying on with that idea on Orion for this launch.
Yeah, I love that. And the seeds that are flying on Artemis 1, it's going to come back and they're going to distribute it to a number of organizations through NASA's STEM program. So it's really a neat idea. And so these moon seeds are part of what's inside Artemis 1's official flight kit, along with more than 10,000 other mementos, like this Apollo 8 commemorative medal you see here, a nod to 1968 when humans first orbited the moon, and a bolt from Apollo 11, 1969, when humans first landed on the moon. Those items are on loan to us from the National Air and Space Museum, and once back on Earth, will be exhibited there, so you can check them out. There are also a variety of flags, pins, and patches like these Artemis 1 patches that will be distributed to people who contributed to this flight. Now, NASA spacecraft, both crewed and uncrewed, have carried mementos like these since the 1960s. Astronauts are also allowed their own personal
Can we get an
update?
update?
So I was wondering, what did you bring with you for your Crew 3 mission?
I actually brought a couple of examples to show you. The moon seeds inspired me to share that I actually brought some vegetable seeds
that's
with
awesome.
me. So these are kind of fun. They're dragon themed. So I got dragon carrots and dragon beans
That's
since I went
awesome.
up on a SpaceX Crew Dragon vehicle.
Sure.
And then of course, I think the most important, meaningful thing to all of us is usually pictures of our family and friends. So
Yeah.
have like a
beautiful
picture
family.
of me and my family at my sister's wedding. Friends backpacking in Alberta, Canada, and then my in-laws
Right side up.
together on a family vacation. And I also brought some flags, some American flags, and then United States Navy flags, since I'm a naval officer. So things like that, I think it's just so human to want to bring stuff with you, right? Souvenirs, who doesn't love that?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think for most of us, pictures of our family and friends, things that connect us back home, are the most important.
Yeah, 6 months might not sound like a long time for people, but it is, right? Wouldn't you say? And you're also so far, it's nice to have those tangible things that remind you of home.
Absolutely. Yeah, really important for us.
Cool. Thank you for bringing those. It was really fun to look at. All right, 1 hour, 27 minutes and counting until launch. And we have our first questions from social media. So let's take a look at the clip here. Kayla, you're going to notice a familiar, handsome face.
Hey there, I'm Chris Evans, and I play Buzz Lightyear in Pixar's Lightyear movie. I was wondering, when we fly future Artemis missions with astronauts, how many
Screw that,
people
you're
can fly
Captain
on board
America,
the
bro.
Orion capsule at once?
My nephew's probably asleep, but he's a big Buzz Lightyear fan, so he's probably going to enjoy watching that question tomorrow. But we can get 4 astronauts in the Orion space capsule.
Buzz Lightyear.
It's a little bit bigger than the Apollo capsule,
guess
about
it's for the
30% more habitable
theme.
volume. And so instead of supporting 3 crew for about 2 weeks, Orion can support 4 crew for about 21 days.
Okay, good first question. Let's take a second question now. Can a microbiologist be an astronaut?
Absolutely, and we already have microbiologists who are astronauts, like my training classmate Zena Cardman. So yeah, we hire people from all sorts of different backgrounds. All you have to do is have a STEM degree. Beyond that, you can come from any pathway. So some of us are military astronauts like me, either aviation or I'm a submariner, but we have a ton of people from different scientific and engineering communities, including microbiologists.
Yeah, I love that it's so diverse, because I think diversity really adds to what you guys can do.
It's 11:08. And don't get me wrong, this is fascinating. This is interesting. But we really need the crucial update about the leak. Andy, 10 minutes ago, sent me a message that they left. Can somebody let us know what the latest is on this leak, please?
important for us to form the best team that we can.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, I think we have time for one more question, so why don't we pull one up? What is the coolest part about Artemis to you?
I mean, I think I can't even quite get my head around how it might feel for the crew to orbit the moon on Artemis 2 and see it up close. And then, of course, on Artemis 3 to actually land on the moon and conduct a moonwalk. It's just going to be incredible.
Chantal, we're streaming on YouTube,
back of our home planet. And so just the thought of
Twitch,
sending human beings
Rumble,
back to the moon
and
is just super exciting.
So go over to
all of us.
YouTube.
I honestly didn't know how you're going to answer that because there is so many things to look forward to pinpoint, the thing that you're most excited about. I thought that was going to be a hard question, actually. All right, so great questions. Keep them coming using hashtag Artemis wherever you're watching this broadcast, and keep sending those moon-inspired content too. Again, that's hashtag NASA MoonSnap, and we're going to show some of them later in the broadcast. Okay, 1 hour, 24 minutes and counting until hopefully liftoff of Artemis 1, and it's time for another update with NASA's Daryl Nail, who's with the launch team as they were monitoring a leak.
Yeah, that's right, Megan.
Right?
We're inside.
Now I'm looking at,
firing room
I'm looking.
Number 1 here at the Launch Control Center at the Kennedy Space Center. And currently we have an update on that red crew, which went out to the pad to torque down some bolts on a leaky hydrogen replenish valve for the core stage. And that update is that the red crew has departed the blast danger area. They have completed their work. They got the go at 10 p.m. this evening, 10 p.m. Eastern Time, to go out and conduct work that took roughly an hour from the time they were given the go till the time they left the blast danger area. The technicians, 2 technicians and 1 safety representative, did the work out at the pad on the replenish valve. And now that they are on their way back, the team is now examining the work and whether or not that leak is still there. What we do know is, you may have heard me mention that this put the liquid hydrogen tank into stop flow, and as a result also stopped a required 90-minute engine bleed for the liquid hydrogen side. Teams have come to the conclusion that only a 45-minute bleed is required at this point. They can resume the bleed at the point that they left off, and it'll be enough to meet that requirement for launch. You're looking now at a graphic where we're tracking the core stage fill rate. We did this earlier this evening. Took about 4 hours and 20 minutes to fill the core stage. You can see on the left that the core stage liquid oxygen is at 100%. That's the same for the upper stage, and both are in stable replenish. As you can look to the right, though, you can see that we're at 97% for liquid hydrogen. The reason for that is because when we went into stop flow, that means that the replenish was no longer refilling the tank, and that liquid hydrogen was boiling off and draining some of the capacity out of that particular tank. So we've lost some liquid hydrogen. The plan is to resume, of course, the filling of liquid hydrogen, which goes into that into the liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage and then vents out on that flare stack that you see to the right, where excess hydrogen is burned off. That's the latest here from Fire Room 1. Megan, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Daryl. All right, let's go back inside our Apollo Saturn V Center now with NASA's Dan Hewitt. We last sent humans to the moon using the rocket behind you.
All right, so it looks like the best guesstimate, if this no longer is leaking and the 45-minute added, I'm thinking sometime after 2 a.m. Eastern. If all goes to plan now, it's going to be after 2 a.m. Eastern, if we have a launch. The window closes at 3:04 a.m. It's a 2-hour window, launch window. So hopefully they don't detect any leaks and they can continue. So you got to give it at least an hour delay. At least. So if you think it's launching at 1:04, forget about that. You're looking more at 2:15-ish. I would say best guesstimate on my part. So we're gonna go as long as we need to go. And we'll see if this actually we have a launch tonight. Hopefully it's all gonna work out. So now I'm looking, finally, I want to say hello to everybody on Rumble, Trovo, Twitch, and of course YouTube, where I'm looking at chat finally now. And I see Daryl's there, and Marco, and Agent 4, Fantasy, James, Andy, and everybody else who may be in there now. Now this is, it doesn't have a crew. It's just the spacecraft. There's a lot of instrumentation on board. There's going to be deployment of, I believe, actually there is payload. There is a payload. There are CubeSats. There is actually a payload. But it's instrumentation, data collecting, analysis, survey equipment. It's more about to see how the systems operate and getting it back to Earth after 6 weeks of orbit around the moon and getting it back here on Earth. So this is all about testing instruments and getting all that done. Now let's see what happens. So I'm gonna actually look it up. Right now, while they're talking about this. There are definitely CubeSats. And I'm actually going to show a quick video, since I think Ronald asked that question. And we'll play this, but we got to mute the other. Otherwise, we're going to have two audios.
When NASA's new launch system, SLS, has its first flight, known as Exploration Mission 1, it will carry the unmanned Orion spacecraft on a voyage to the Moon and back. It will also be carrying multiple small spacecraft as secondary payloads. SLS is the largest and most powerful American rocket since the Saturn V, and will eventually send humans farther into space than ever before. 2 minutes into the flight, the twin solid rocket boosters will burn out. About 10 minutes after the Orion and its service module escape the pull of Earth's gravity, the two will disconnect and Orion will proceed toward the Moon. On the SLS second stage, housed within the multi-stage adapter, are multiple small spacecraft known as CubeSats. CubeSats are about the size of a large shoebox and weigh less than 30 pounds each. SLS is carrying these CubeSats piggyback, which will give them a low-cost ride into deep space. Once Orion is a safe distance away, the small payloads will begin to be deployed. The dispensers on the adapter ring completely isolate the CubeSats from the SLS. They require no power and operate completely independently of the rocket. One of these CubeSats is called Near-Earth Asteroid Scout, or NEA Scout, and it will demonstrate a new capability for exploration: low-cost reconnaissance of asteroids. Asteroids to which we may one day send human explorers. Shortly after the NEA Scout CubeSat is ejected from the SLS, solar panels will deploy to provide the spacecraft with power. Next will be unfurled an 85 square meter solar sail. The sail, the length of a school bus, reflects sunlight and is the spacecraft's propulsion system. This is the largest solar sail ever deployed by the United States. NEA Scout will fly by the Moon, which will help send it on its way to the target asteroid. The key to enabling this low-cost reconnaissance capability is the propulsion system that will enable the NEA Scout to go from near-Earth space to a deep space rendezvous with an asteroid. Using the sunlight pressure, NEA Scout will continuously alter its trajectory as it moves toward its asteroid rendezvous. sunlight particles or photons, which in this case behave like tiny ping pong balls as they bounce off the sail, push on the sail as they reflect from it. And since the sun is always shining, the thrust is continuous. However, it is very small, on the order of an ounce of force per football field of area. Once at the asteroid, NEA Scout's onboard camera will image its surface in detail, answering many questions about the asteroid's composition and history. Exploration Mission 1 will serve as a proving ground for the integrated Orion spacecraft and the Space Launch System. In addition, it will provide an enabling capability for flying interplanetary small spacecraft for science and exploration.
So there you go. I hope that answers a little bit of your question.
Other capabilities. First of all, there is the gateway. That will be a real element to enable the sustainable exploration of the moon. We have the communication system on the gateway. We have the IHAP, the habitation module. We have ESPRI, which is a refueling module, which is essential if you want to sustain the gateway there for a longer period of time. Of course, you need to be able to refuel the system. So these are essential elements, again, that ESA is providing. We're also providing small technology experiments. Radiation, for example, will be very important. We are looking in crew exercise device for the gateway. We are looking into medical systems. So these are also small components, but for the crew that are very important because we need to keep the...
So Charles, you should go over to YouTube. Everybody's over on YouTube, Charles. Excuse me. Charles asks this question. He said, Bill, I wondered about the 6-week flight. Now, this one is 6 weeks orbiting, excuse me, the moon. I don't know how many weeks it's going to be orbiting on Artemis 2 with a crew. So there needs to be clarification. I have not looked that deep into it. So maybe somebody could look that up, what the planned mission is with the crew on it and how long they're going to orbit the moon. But like he said, this is fine for unmanned flights, but 6 weeks of life support for 4 to 6 astronauts. I don't know what the projected timeline is for the crew in Artemis 2 to orbit the moon before they come back to Earth. So maybe somebody can clarify that and look that up because I did not look into that yet. I have my mom talking in the background, so if you hear some sound, that's just mom talking in the background. So maybe someone in chat knows that the answer to that question, but I honestly have not looked that far ahead. But it's and I'm gonna mute now because mom is just talking in the background. So I'm gonna mute and put the audio here because she's just venting right now. So I'm gonna mute and we're gonna hear the commentary because she's talking in the background. And I'm sure.
Third attempt here. We were here for the first and second here at Banana Creek, so we're really excited. The energy out here is electrifying, and we can't wait to see this thing go off.
Now, this is the first of a series of missions that are becoming increasingly more complex. What are you most excited about for the Artemis missions?
Leah, I am so excited to be here. I just feel so honored because, as you know, this isn't just a momentous launch for humanity as a whole. It's so important for gender and cultural minorities across the globe because Artemis is landing the first woman and the first person of color on the surface of the moon. This is this generation's Apollo. And so all of the people who didn't have the opportunity to live through Apollo and be inspired by that have the opportunity today to witness it. And I'm just so grateful to be here.
We were discussing this last night.
Positive impact.
So we were looking at the possible timelines because we were looking at when they were projecting when President Trump at the time wanted us to be there for 2024. But then NASA, because of the delays, they said that's not possible. So then they were thinking 2025. But with the delays that have been going on, they're still on their press release still says it's gonna be done in 2025 for Artemis 3. I don't see that happening based on the delays. I'm thinking probably more 2026 for Artemis 3. Now, roughly, you got to figure, I'm just guessing, maybe Artemis 2 is in 2024. And then a couple of years later would be Artemis 3 with the crew landing on the moon. So I'm just doing a guesstimate. But now they're saying 2025 for Artemis 3. I don't see it. Just like everything else is delay. We've seen it happen with James Webb and everything else. So I'm thinking best guess 2026. Just saying. My opinion. But we know what they say about opinions. But we'll see. I got to get ready to do the station in 4 minutes. So hopefully, first of all, we got to get through tonight and hope there's a launch. Because the more these delays happen, it really puts a black eye on this whole program. It really does. Delay.
Third opportunity to launch NASA's brand new Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft. This is an uncrewed flight test to pave the way for future crewed missions, starting with Artemis 2. And Kayla, you could be chosen to fly on some of those future missions. How does that make you feel?
Honestly, it's a little unbelievable to me. I could barely imagine what it'd be like to go to the space station until I did it. And just thinking about what it would be like to look back at the Earth from orbit around the moon or even standing on the moon kind of blows my mind.
Wow.
So yeah, it's hard to even imagine that that's true, but it's a really special time to be at NASA and an even more special time to be in the astronaut office.
Yeah, that's a beautiful picture of you seeing the moon, right?
Yeah, that's sort of a moon spotting adventure there. I've got binoculars. One thing that's really cool about seeing stars and the moon from orbit is you're not looking at them through the atmosphere. So you get these very clear views.
Oh.
And the moon is always super spherical. You never get these sort of slices that look kind of flat from Earth. Up there, you see it in 3D, it feels like.
Wow.
So yeah, I think we all sort of fall in love with the moon from space in a whole new way.
Yeah. Well, today's launch attempt comes amid a very busy year for us at NASA. Some of the...
All right, so I'm going to just mute that for a second because they're going to go into the Dragon, the crewed missions. They're going to go through the year in review kind of a deal. And I got to keep an eye on this station because we're going to a commercial in 2 minutes. I just wanted to break some news to Justin, but he's not around. But I have some news that he might find interesting. I'm going to tell you right now. A little selfish KGRA plug. There's going to be a KGRA tsunami in January. That's all I can say. You are going to see a lot of new programming on KGRA in January. I am excited. There's going to be 7-day programming. Every day, you're going to see something in the daytime. And it's going to be totally different from what you see on KGRA now. And tomorrow is the return of Don Ecker with Gary Kissel on Dangerous Military Nerds at 4 p.m. Eastern. Oh, it's going to be tsunami of shows. I am not going to say any more. You're going to see a lot of shows debuting in January, especially in the daytime. Every day of the week. For those who are fans of the Rundown Live with Kriston T. Harris, he's moving to nighttime. I'm beating him to the punch. He's going to make the announcement soon. He's moving to midnight Eastern, 2 hours, live. Monday through Friday in January. And Don is going to be back in numerous ways. Just don't think it's one show. Wait till January. That's just a piece or pieces of. There's a lot going to happen in January. I'm working on so many different things. You have no idea what's coming. I do, because I'm the one who's doing it. So yeah, Kriston T. Harris the Rundown Live is gonna move to midnight after John B. Wells, who I spoke to today, and his lovely wife Brendy. So just a little note. Now, I'm not going to say what's the show I'm talking about for Sundays that Justin is going to find very interesting. Even Bobby. Bobby's going to find it interesting too. He does look like Clark Kent, that dude. He does look like Clark Kent. I agree. He does. And Fantasy, you missed it the other night. When you left, I was playing the music and I was playing the drum beats to that music. You should have seen how good it sounded. It was actually pretty impressive what I was doing to the songs.
In the meantime, we've had an update from the range. And the range has informed the NASA test director that currently at the moment, if we were to launch now, they are no-go due to the loss of signal on a radar site. That's currently being worked right now. Again, the range advising the NASA test director that they are no-go. The range is not clear for launch until they remedy that issue on their radar site. And so we're also tracking that. In the meantime, we started this at 3:23 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, no.
Got the core stage tanked in about 4 hours and 23 minutes, and now looking to get everything back on track to try to make that launch window at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time, which has a 2-hour window associated with it, all the way to 3 a.m. Eastern Time. That's the latest from the firing room.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, Daryl. Now, there may not be astronauts aboard the Orion space.
Oh, my God. Now we got a radar downrange issue where we're no-go because of that. Hopefully they fix that issue. I mean, really? My gosh. This is not looking good. Now it's totally something different. Okay, so Charles says it's a 10-day mission, Artemis 2, total, which makes sense. Yeah, right? Survey says, eh. Oh, my God. So anyway, now we got to worry about that. But we have till 3 a.m., 3:04 really. Just say 3 a.m. we have tonight. But the clock is ticking away. So hopefully they're going to deal with that and fix it, whatever's going on with the radar. I'm going to blame China. I'm just making a joke. It's not scrubbed yet. No, it's not scrubbed. Not yet. Don't even say that, Bobby. We're not there. And hopefully we won't get there. Let's see. It's always an issue. It's always something. Yeah. I'm just reading the comments. Oh my God. They can't even get to the moon. We're thinking Mars? So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So Bobby, I'll say it now. You're here. Justin's not. How about a show, The Dark Side of Pro Wrestling? Talk about different, right? The Dark Side with 2 hosts of pro wrestling. That should be interesting. A lot of people still like wrestling, and that's going to be very interesting to me. What's up, Curtis? No, this is a show coming to KJRE in January on Sundays. The Dark Side of Pro Wrestling. Yes. I cannot go into more details. I just gave you a lot. I shouldn't even told you. But I have a big mouth. Fantasy looks like he's going to look into it. A Pink Floyd show. Actually, I was talking about this the other night. Michael was there, a few other people. I bought tickets first I did research. I did research on some cover bands. I bought tickets for Get the Lead Out, and they sound amazing, like Led Zeppelin. I mean, they sound amazing. I bought tickets for a Rush Tribute Project band. They sound amazing. But the one I'm really looking forward to at the end of next year is Brit Floyd. And they are amazing cover band for Pink Floyd. So that's my new little thing that I'm going through right now. I got tickets for 2. I'm waiting for tickets to go on sale for Brit Floyd. So if you like Pink Floyd, and you're never going to get the original, I mean, that goes without saying. And a cover band is obviously not like the original band, but it's the next best thing. Go look at their music and you'll see they sound amazing. And Maiden will be back probably the beginning of 2024 in the States. They're doing a summer tour in Europe next year. They'll probably be back here by 2024 again with the Future Past tour. So that's what it's going to be. They're going to be highlighting the Somewhere in Time album. They're going to do it in Europe next summer. So it's going to be, and I did my homework and I checked their music out and I got good seats. Actually, excellent seats. So I'm excited for that coming up. It's Snoopy. Don Ecker would love that. He's a Snoopy freak. So hopefully they're going to resolve the issues. We're coming close to midnight. I got to check the station. Oh my God. A host is messaging me. Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised at how good cover bands can be. And I'm not a big fan of cover bands. I'm not. But after I seen Get the Let Out videos and this Rush Tribute Band videos and Brit Floyd videos, I'm all in. All in. And tickets are like anywhere between $60 and $125. And I'm talking right up close. I got I got second row center. And I got 5th row center down in the city. Times Square Palladium. And it's a small theater arena. It's not an arena, it's a theater. So it's going to be awesome. And hopefully we're going to get some good news coming from the stream. But right now I need to take care of some station work before I get in trouble. And we'll listen to them while I work.
I think the tradition goes back to crews taking stuffed animals from their children and sometimes flying the stuffed animals of their kids. That still happens to this day when a crew selects a zero-G indicator, but they're convenient because they're nice and soft. So if you're going to allow something to bounce around in the capsule, you want to make sure that it won't hurt the crew or any of the equipment.
And they're cute. I mean, come on.
Who doesn't want a mascot?
Makes you smile, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, NASA's workforce has changed over the last 50 years. For Artemis 1 today, women make up 30% of the launch team. But when we first stepped on the moon with Apollo 11 in 1969, take a look at this picture here. You see this woman highlighted near the center there? That's going to be Joanne Morgan, and she was the only woman in the firing room. She now has a special message for the Artemis generation.
Hello, I'm Joanne Morgan, and I am so excited for Artemis 1. This flight test will bring new knowledge to people on Earth, and I'm thrilled to see such a diverse team at the LCC making it happen. Firing Room 1 is a different sight today than when I was on console for Apollo 11. I was totally focused on doing my job and never thought about being the only woman in the room. Today, women at NASA are center directors and launch and flight directors and have substantial roles in engineering, science, and technical areas. This is so important for a new generation, the Artemis generation, to see how individuals are leaders and contributors to the mission, and for youth across America and the planet to see this as well. After 50 years, it is gratifying to see this change, and I can't wait to see what you all accomplish together. New century, new generation, new mission to the moon and beyond. Godspeed, Artemis team and Artemis 1.
I think it's so great that we know she's following along and interested in this mission too.
Yeah, it's so awesome to see the women who have come before us at NASA and paved the way for a much more diverse team to contribute to these amazing missions.
Yeah, and speaking of women breaking the mold, before serving as a NASA astronaut, I know you were a naval officer and a member of the first class of women commissioned to the submarine community. How amazing is that? I mean, what would you say as you look at these pictures? What would you say to women, young girls who might be thinking, hey, I might want to join a predominantly male field?
Yeah, you know, I was just really lucky to be in the right place at the right time. I was a senior at the Naval Academy when they announced that they were going to change the policy and allow us to serve aboard submarines. But even before that change happened, I knew that I was passionate about serving in that role and I was dreaming about it. So I think allowing yourself to really examine what your passions are and be brave enough to dream that you could actually do those things. I had awesome mentors who encouraged me along the way and told me never close a door on yourself. You know, you always want to put yourself in the roles you're most passionate about, especially if you're going to challenge yourself. Doing something you love that's hard is so much better than doing something that you're not as well suited to. So I was just lucky I had some awesome leaders in my life who encouraged me to be brave enough to dream so that when those opportunities presented themselves, I was ready to take them on.
Yeah, no, that's great. Having mentors is always so important because, yes, sometimes you don't know what path to take, especially if you're blazing your own. So it's always so nice to have somebody to talk through some of that.
Absolutely.
52 minutes until the opening of the 2-hour window for Artemis 1 today. Once it soars off the launch pad, our colleagues over in Houston will take over. Leah, how are things looking in Mission Control right now?
And this is what I say. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? She unmuted!
Hey, Megan, I'm here now, and thanks for joining us again here in the White Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center. So you might be wondering why Johnson Space Center will control the flight of Orion after liftoff, even though it's launching at Kennedy Space Center, and that's all about how our flight control centers are designed. Launch control is at Kennedy, while mission control is in Houston.
I know, right, Darryl?
We also have the SLS Engineering Support Center at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. Ever since the Gemini 4 mission in 1965, all flights have been commanded from Houston after launch, so we have the infrastructure and the experience here at Johnson Space Center to work through long-duration missions with, or in this case, without crew. Additionally, launches must be conducted over water rather than over populated areas, which makes Kennedy Space Center a prime location. Again, we're ready to jump into action once SLS takes flight, and this room will be staffed around the clock until Orion splashes down at the end of the mission. We're excited to continue that work today with Artemis 1 and throughout the Artemis program, but for now, we'll turn it back over to you, Megan and Kayla.
Now, the fully stacked SLS and Orion system was rolled from the vehicle assembly building to the launch pad about 2 weeks ago. We captured this video of the 4-mile, 9-hour journey. It took a special transporter and a special team of people to make it happen. Hear from them what it's like to shoulder the weight of this moment.
The crawler transporter is a machine that goes and picks up the mobile launcher, the SLS rocket with Orion. It's basically the cornerstone of the mobile launch concept. Without the crawler, you couldn't transport the mobile launcher and the vehicle from the VAB to the pad or the pad back to the VAB. And it was designed and built for the Apollo program to move Saturn V's to the launch pad. Since then, we've modified it and used it to move the entire shuttle program. And after the shuttle program, we did extensive modifications, and now it's to be used to move Artemis to the launch pad. The crawler is 136 feet long from end to end. It's 114 feet wide from the edge of the truck to the other edge of the truck. It weighs 6.6 million pounds. It has the power to do 2 miles an hour, but you never want to go that fast. Generally, we're around 0.83 for SLS.
Michael,
Artemis
I'm working
will be
on
one
that.
of the heaviest loads we've ever carried and one of the tallest loads we've carried.
I am working on
I
that.
am exceptionally proud of our team. They're very talented, they're very committed, and they're just all around good team. I think any problem that crops up or anything that comes up, we'll fix it and we'll get moving again. And again, it starts right here with the crawler. So if we do our job and everybody else does theirs, man, we're going to have a successful launch. We're going back to the moon. This is going to be just fantastic.
Such an impressive team, and the crawler, Kayla. I mean, this is a certificate from the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah, it's pretty cool getting the recognized for the heaviest self-powered vehicle in the world at 3,106 tons.
That's amazing.
I
know. We were just talking about how awesome the crawler is. I mean, it was retrofitted.
Really?
It was created in the
Guinness Book of
Apollo
World Records?
for the Apollo missions, and it was updated, modified for shuttle, and now
I
it's
ain't
been
gonna say a
modified
word.
for Artemis.
We could get the Nathan's guy and say he broke the Guinness Book World Record for eating the most hot dogs in Coney Island on 4th of July. I'm just saying. Really? You're going to refer to the Guinness Book of World Record? Is it me or am I just being too cynical? Talk about killing time on a stream. It's impressive, don't get me wrong. It is impressive. But really? You don't have nothing else to talk about? Like Guinness Book of World Record. I get it. I'm just saying. Anyway, like I said, we need updates. Andy, I know you're always sharp and on top of stuff. Any updates about the radar or the tanking? Please let us know. We should be watching their Twitter feed, NASA's Twitter feed. Probably get more information from a Twitter feed than what we're hearing here right now. I'm just saying. I'm sure they're putting out information on their Twitter feed, I would think, right? Maybe I should look. I haven't used my Twitter account in God knows how long. Review your email. Okay. That's how long it's been. Ooh, I just got a chill. That was weird. NASA. Nothing. I know about the radar issues, Andy. Any update on the radar issues? Let me search Artemis because there's nothing on the NASA feed. Okay, NASA Artemis. Okay. So 15 minutes ago, NASA's Exploration Ground Systems. Thank you to our Red Crew team that has completed their work at the pad. We are now back in replenish for core stage liquid hydrogen. Team is working on resuming flow to the upper stage. That's the only thing I see. They're carrying this feed. And that's it. I don't see any updates about the radar right now. So I'll keep an eye on that. So Andy, if you get any information, please let us know. Because I know that you're following that right now. Because it looks like, yeah, if it's clear, I'm going to cover the Leonids. But it looks like they may have resolved the tanking, the leak, and they're continuing now, but now it's about this radar. Can you imagine if this radar is what calls this off tonight? Can you imagine? That would really stink. You finally get the rocket operational and ready for launch, and now it's going to be another installation where you have a problem? Yeah, Daryl, I'm going to, if the weather is good here, it's snowing right now outside. Well, it turned to ice, freezing rain. What's up, Leroy? Now, in a few minutes, I have to do some station work. I have to listen to John B. Wells wrap his show to end it. Because he's live right now. Oh, here we go. Marco, did you see that before? I mean, really, look at this. But you got to remember, they're appealing to a certain audience at times too, but it is almost midnight, so what audience exactly is this driven to? Curtis. Oh my God. Is she okay? Did she break her arm? Or I hope she's okay, Curtis. A bad networking switch. Unbelievable. It is, what's the temperature here right now? I don't know what Tycho's, it's 33 here right now. Winter weather advisory. So, there's a lot of talking here. I'm actually going to see if the other feed, the NASA media channel, is working. It went down earlier. Oh, they're doing the same thing. All right, that's dead. So this one has, let's see. Let's see if we have audio coming in from here. Oh, it's frozen. It's dead. All right, that one's done. Not happening. I just don't want to look at the pad. There are streams doing that right now. This is the media channel.
Need to take a little bit longer to verify.
We need to watch
the replacement of an Ethernet switch, which cut out data that they were receiving from a radar site.
An Ethernet switch.
We're looking at about 50 minutes left in work that the range is doing to replace that Ethernet switch. This is Artemis Launch Control.
We're staying here for a while. This is more critically important than listening to what they're talking and showing cartoons and all that. Now, if you guys want to go back to see the other stream, let me know. But I'd rather be here to hear the updates about all the technical issues that are going on, because this is critical to actual launch. Not watching cartoons and all that other stuff. So you guys let me know if you want to watch this and get the latest updates, or if you want to watch the more entertaining value commentary. Mom, is there any coffee? I don't know. I think I make coffee, but you guys serve yourself. Who are you talking to? There is none. Sandra. I have to roll some. There is none. And I gotta. Oh my God, the station. That's burning off, Leroy. That burns off. That's just burn off. That's all that is. Exactly like Daryl said, it's vapor. I gotta concentrate on the station right now. Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble. Holy shit, we're close.
Islam, I think I mentioned briefly earlier, that's one of those big major enzyme markers. And I think that we're at that point now where we see that maybe the Pope is the great false prophet, the beast that rises from, I think it was the earth or the sea, one of them, that will lead the religions into one world religion, one merger. And then right after that, the world leader is going to make his appearance.
Oh, shit.
People call him the Antichrist. That's where we're at right now, is either here and hasn't made himself known, or he's not quite shown up yet. But we're basically in the time of the Antichrist and the tribulation.
And hence, the return of the Lord is going to be sooner than later.
Andy, that's right on time for launch window, so that's good.
Less than 10 years, based on a number
That's good.
of things, including
That's good news.
Events that are once in 2,000 years, prophetic markers, by over a dozen prophetic markers from Revelations and other places in the Bible. I got into this as a side project, a passion project, just to figure it all out. And I became a fundamentalist Christian, whereas I was a hardcore atheist, anti-theist before. I mean, I was against religion before. Thought it was the
Show should be ending any minute.
Problems. I was raised in public school.
I mean, within the next 30 seconds.
Researching these things has brought me to believe in God, and has brought me to absolutely believe in God's enemy, which is the deep state.
I appreciate your speeches tonight very, very much, Dustin Nemos. I look forward to our next conversation much, much sooner than later from the Bridge of the Ark. God bless you, everyone. Stay sharp. Do some reading. Be saved. And good night.
Station is done. All right. Yeah, that's John B. Wells' show, Caravan to Midnight.
Yeah, we've had a couple of issues that the launch team has been working, and we have an update on both of those. First of all, is the leak, the liquid hydrogen leak in the replenish valve out at the mobile launcher. We understand from the launch team that that leak has not recurred. The work that happened out at the pad is that the Red Crew and the work that they did out there remedied the leak.
At least the leak is done.
That's good news. And now the liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage is back in replenish at this moment. And the upper stage of the rocket, liquid hydrogen side, is in fast fill. You can see from the graphic there that we are back up to 100%
Excellent.
over on the liquid hydrogen side on the right hand of the screen. On the left hand of the screen, you can see we have been in stable replenish for liquid oxygen.
Now give us the news about the
Now,
radar.
in regards to the range, they reported that they had an issue to the NASA test director with their radar site. Later found out that that was actually a bad Ethernet switch that was cutting out and not providing them the data. The range reported that they will swap out that bad switch, and they're currently working on that. They advised at the time, about a half hour ago, that it would take them about 70 minutes, or about 25 minutes into that work. They did just recently update the NASA test director to say that it's going to take them a little bit longer because they're going to need to re-verify this Ethernet equipment once they have it installed. Again, that work is ongoing, but at the moment, if we were launching right now, the range is no-go as a result of that.
They'll
bad
get that shit
Ethernet
repaired by the
switch.
window. That's
The Dolly file, which helps steer the Space Launch System through the upper atmosphere, has been uploaded to the rocket, and so we're good to go there in terms of other configurations that are ongoing. but we are continuing to monitor communications of the launch team about holding to the top of the window, currently slated for 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. But we do have 2 hours, and we have yet to see whether or not the launch team is going to be able to make enough adjustments in order to hit the top of that window. No slip yet, but we're monitoring their work.
Oh, shit.
And we'll give you an update when we have it.
They're talking still the
Back to
top
you,
of the
Manny.
window. They're still thinking 104. They're still thinking 104. That's freaking great news. Because you got a 2-hour window. If they're talking still at the top of the window, that's good news. So that was really good. That's why right now we need to listen to this feed and watch this feed to get the latest information coming out. Once we know things are, and they'll get that fixed by 1 a.m. I would think. If they don't, they're fired. It's that simple. Fired. If you can't replace an Ethernet switch, shit, I could swap a fucking Ethernet switch in my house. It's not like what they got at a range at a radar installation. I'm just saying. You got to have the top people in the field there, right? You would think technicians. I'm just being silly, but yeah, that's what makes me kind of laugh in a way, fantasy. Like when they stream and the audio sucks in and out, like, really, people? You're NASA. Is this the kind of image you want, that you have technical issues based on video, audio? You don't have this all squared away? Really? I can do better from my house than what you people are doing. What? There's something big time wrong with that picture. No, I'm just exaggerating, Curtis. I'm being sarcastic. I'm being sarcastic. But they said 70 minutes, and that was almost a half hour ago. So that should be, Mom, what is it?
Really, what that
I don't have anything.
That operation that they did me for the thing, it wasn't like an operation that they opened me up like.
Ma, you're on camera. Back off.
What happened?
What are you saying now?
That the operation that they did me wasn't like a little cut off, and that's how they did the operation.
Yeah, that's common in
with the
gallbladder. That's how they do it now.
With the stones, remember when?
Oh, that's different. Yeah. No, they said it was going to take 70 minutes, Curtis. Mom, can you please go? Because I'm live and I can hear that. I'll give it to you in a minute. I got to roll some. They said 70 minutes, and now they said it's going to take a little longer than that. So you're looking like in an hour and a half, possibly, to get that fixed at the range. That's what he just said. But that's still plenty of time for the window. Because it's more or less when they go through when they communicate to all the different sectors, areas, it's range, go. Right now it's no go. And they just got to get to where they can say, go. That's it. So the important thing is the rocket itself. Everything else should fall into place. Hopefully. I'm more concerned about the technical and mechanical issues with Artemis 1. And that fixing that leak was a big one. That was a big one. And I still have the audio coming in from the feed. So we'll monitor that. And then once we see there's more of a clear picture of that there's going to be a launch, then we'll switch over to the commentary side to watch the remainder. Now, I don't know how long this feed is going to last once it launches. Are we going to see the deployment of the last stage separation, I don't know. I don't know if this is like SpaceX. But we're going to stream as long as they stream. And they're covering it in real time. We're staying. So this may go on for a few more hours. I still can't get over Alexa. And I got to be careful because Marco's got the Alexa. But I always get a kick out of it. Alexa, where is Chuck Norris?
If Chuck Norris wants you to know where he is, he'll find you. If he doesn't, you won't know until it's too late.
I love that. I love that. If Chuck Norris wants you to find him, and then that's classic. I like that. I'm not. Your Alexa might have said the same thing my Alexa said just now. If you didn't hear it earlier, Ronald, it's the size of a shoebox. That's what he said in that video. The CubeSat is the size of a shoe box. Then it unfoils with the solar array, and one of them has a sail. But initially, it's the size of a shoebox. Fantasy. Fantasy, don't do that to me. Oh, that's too funny. But yes, we're going to continually listen in here. Now, I do have to set up the other stream because we're going to need because this is the media channel. We need to get the other one ready to do the switch.
To be brought to the mission management team for a decision.
So we'll just have that ready. Once we get a clearer picture, confirmation that the launch is going to happen. So we'll stay on this one till we get more information, but there's really not going to be that much information coming in other than the Ethernet switch. So I don't think we're going to hear much more coming from this end because the issue with the Artemis itself has been resolved so far. So right now it's about the range. TP, why do you have to use... Can't you just say inches? I'm just messing with you. So, of course, Seeker has to do that. He's probably copied and pasted it. CubeSats are built to standard dimensions, units of U, of 10. Oh, I'm not even going to go with that. That's like Fahrenheit, Celsius. Oh my God. Don't get me started. I know you did. I know you copied and pasted that. I know you did. I'm just being silly because I'm tired right now, actually. And I'm still a little sick still. Physically. Yeah, I'm actually drinking cranberry juice. That's what I've been drinking all night. But I was hoping Mike would make me coffee because I'm going to need that boost. The thing is the sugar. So that cup does not get filled. It's more like just to keep it going. Yeah, you got to tell Americans that, James. Don't just tell me. Tell the rest of the country. They should take a survey. How many Americans... They should do a survey because it ain't happening here, mostly. Some, yeah. See? Look what Marco just wrote. We don't use those silly European measurements. I'm just messing around. And there goes Kira now with the milligrams. Yeah, there's definitely going around. I know somebody who is now in the hospital in critical care with pneumonia and heart problems because of the same thing I had. It's an older person. This respiratory virus, it's not something to mess around with, I'm telling you. This person is in critical condition that I know. He's in his 60s. Bad. So Daryl, that's funny too. Anyway, I'm talking to the people in chat in YouTube. I am monitoring Trovo. I am not looking at Rumble. I can't share. I have too many screens with too many things on them. So I can't look at all of them. I am looking at Twitch. There's not one comment coming from Twitch. So yes, yes, Daryl. So it is going around, and it's really bad here in this state, New York. It's bad. I'm just gonna say it, and I shouldn't. Chris DePernos, host of iDetective and MUFON, his son-in-law works in the pediatric unit in a hospital near Buffalo. And children are dying from this. He said, Bill, it's heartbreaking. You don't see this in the news. I don't watch the news, so I wouldn't know. But children are dying from this respiratory illness. I'm just saying. And that's private, and I just revealed that, but that's the truth. So take that for what that's worth. Now, the same way, if you have underlying health conditions, asthma, pulmonary, COPD, you know, this is not something you want to mess with. I'm telling you. I'm just saying. It's sad. It's very sad. But anyway, I don't want to get into that because that's just very, somber. And I'm not in the mood for that. Tonight could be a celebration. Now, because you could still hear me wheezing. It's not as bad as it was, but it's still there. It'll take another week or so to get completely rid of it. But hopefully this is going to be one night, really, because this is historical. This is the first step of getting back to the moon. This is a very important flight. Very important. It's critical, really, to the future of space exploration. If we have any idea about Mars, along with SpaceX and Starship and the other components that they're working on in tandem with what NASA's doing and working together, this is very important. So, and I can't imagine what it's going to be like, even for Artemis 2, to go with a crew and orbit the moon. That's going to be phenomenal. Even though they're not going to land, it's still going to be phenomenal. The images coming from the craft with the astronauts on board, there's going to be live feeds coming from that, even though there's a delay, but still, we're going to have live feeds coming from that when it's happening. And you got to remember, a lot of this is due to funding. The taxpayers, you have to, say that this is all worth that money. So you know they're going to try to put it out there and give the public as much eye candy as they can. Because this is already reaching $100 billion for these. The budget, I think, is up to 2025. It was close to $100 billion for Artemis. It's going to go over that. It's going to be like closer to $150 billion. So, you know, it's taxpayer money. I'm just saying. Oh gosh, yeah. The cameras, it's going to be unbelievable. But Artemis 3, for that landing, you can pretty much bet that 95% of those who have the capability of some device that can view that are going to be watching globally. That's going to be one hell of a global event that billions of people are going to be watching, potentially, for the landing on the moon with a crew. That's going to be something in 2025 or 2026. That's going to be incredible. So it's exciting. And as I mentioned earlier, and I do have the audio on, just so you know, the audio is on for the stream. Next month, Starship is supposed to make its first orbital flight. It's supposed to be as early as December, they're saying. So next month, pretty much in the same location, you may see the Starship make its first orbital launch for a test. And that is significant. So that's something to keep an eye on, SpaceX, next month. Because I was doing the research and I read about that earlier. Yeah, Kira, you know what? Go rest. If you don't feel well, go rest. Or just lay down, close your eyes, and come back in 40 minutes. Yeah, go rest. I mean, you could watch this tomorrow if it happens. All I know is I like to watch stuff in real time. So I'm not going nowhere. So there's no way. I don't care how sick I feel, because I do feel a little beat up right now. I'm still sick. That's just a sign. I'm still sick. Not there yet. It's going to take another week or two before I get better. But I don't want to aggravate and start having a coughing fit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little break, make some coffee. I'm going to put the other feed on with the audio. So I'm going to kill this audio so we don't have two audios going on. And I'm going to bring this one up and we're going to tune into this.
Use expertise in fields like biology and geology to conduct
groundbreaking
research in modern spacesuits using advanced tools. They will drive new rovers to investigate the lunar terrain and unlock some of the greatest mysteries of our solar system. Artemis 1 cements our capability to send astronauts and cargo to the moon for years to come. We're going back to the moon. We are Artemis.
As we approach the opening of our 2-hour launch window, we have a special musical performance for you. America the Beautiful, played in honor of the flight test by the Philadelphia Orchestra and Yo-Yo Ma. A truly beautiful performance. It really has me feeling quite emotional right now.
Yeah, perfect tribute for tonight's launch.
You know, it's just, it gives me a sense of pride, really, to just remember that our country continues to lead our nation in space exploration. So, and as such, the White House is closely watching this historic launch. Earlier this year, Vice President Kamala Harris came down to Kennedy Space Center and met with NASA leadership as well as astronauts. She also toured our facilities where teams are working on hardware for future Artemis missions. Before leaving, she signed a piece of the Orion spacecraft that will fly on Artemis 3. She's doing it right there, which will return astronauts to the lunar surface. Okay, Kayla, time for more social questions. So let's take the first one. You know now the drill. It's going to be a celebrity question, so let's take that.
Hey guys, I'm Jack Black and I'm super excited for the Artemis 1 launch today. I was part of a little movie called Apollo 10.5, A Space-Age Childhood, and I have a few burning queries. Question the first. How is Artemis different than Apollo?
Artemis is different than Apollo because we're returning to the moon, but this time we're going to stay. So rather than a short visit where we can do some amazing science, but it was pretty limited by these short visits, kind of a small area of the moon, we're going to the South Pole and we're going to learn how to live there long term. So we're going to be building habitats, we're going to have rovers, we're going to have all of this infrastructure on the moon supporting scientific discovery, but also that next big step to Mars.
I love seeing celebrities also take part and ask questions because it really shows that this is something that's captivating a lot of people. So that was really fun to see Jack Black. Also, query the first. That was funny. All right, let's go to the second question. How does it feel in space?
Being in space is amazing. I mean, for us launching to orbit around the Earth and then go to the space station where I just was for 6 months, we're in an apparent microgravity environment. So for us, it feels like we're weightless, like we're floating. So you have to relearn how to live and work in that space. But once you get used to it, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we were just talking, Jessica Watkins, another NASA astronaut, was just here. And she was saying that actually when you came back on Earth, that was an adjustment as well because you got so used to living on the space station.
Yeah, the transition home was actually a lot harder for me than the transition up there because our vestibular systems kind of remap. We start ignoring all the sensors in our inner ear that tell us how our bodies are moving because the space environment is so strange, but we really need that on Earth to balance and control our bodies.
Sure.
So when we get back, it takes a couple of days before we feel comfortable again.
Really interesting. Thanks so much for those. Okay, so we are 10 minutes until the opening of our 2-hour launch window today. So why don't we head back over to Daryl. Daryl, tell us what's happening now.
Yeah, Megan, we actually have about 10 minutes before we go into a half-hour hold. That half-hour hold is part of the L clock, and what you see on your monitor right now, I believe, is the T clock. So in about 10 minutes, we'll hold for a half hour, and currently the launch team is trying to evaluate how much of a delay may result from some issues that we've been facing over the past hour. Just to recap those, we had a leak in a replenish valve on the mobile launcher that feeds into the liquid hydrogen core stage tank. That's been resolved. The leak has been fixed, and we're moving forward. Currently, the upper stage of the rocket for liquid hydrogen is roughly 78% at the moment. So that is tracking. Progress continues there. The core stage has been topped off, and now both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen are 100%, along with the upper stage of the liquid hydrogen side of the equation. So we're just waiting on the complete tanking of the upper stage liquid hydrogen. Now, with regards to the range issue that we had, we just got an update from the range, the 45th Space Wing officer reporting in to the NASA test director that the Ethernet switch has been replaced. This problematic switch took down their ability to see radar from one of their assets, which is key in getting acquisition and signal for the flight termination system if it were to be needed. Of course, this is a critical system that has to be tested before we can launch. So at the moment, we're looking still at a 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time launch. But it is pretty clear from the work that is ahead that it looks like we're going to slip into that window. How much exactly, we don't have an accurate calculation from the launch team as of right now. But of course, we're anticipating that. So for the moment, you see on your clock now, we are in the T-minus 10-minute hold. We just entered that, and now roughly we're looking at 28 minutes to resume terminal count. The launch team will assess what work needs to be done, how that syncs up with the range getting back online with their equipment, and then we should have a new T0 for you soon. That's the latest from Firing Room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Megan, back to you.
So things are obviously still very dynamic. We're going to come back to Daryl as much as possible. Now, to understand where we are going, we have to know where we have been. To do that, we spoke to some of the special few who walked on the moon and those who sent them.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills.
It's been 50 years since we've been to the moon, and we've got a great program called Artemis. We're going back. The Apollo program was a test for the American people that you can do what you set out to do. All it took was turning to it and making it happen.
We are go for a mission to the moon at this time. Engines on 5, 4, 3, 2, all engines running. Launch commit, liftoff. We have liftoff 49 minutes past the hour.
I think the characteristic that I remember most of the Saturn V was the noise. The noise was enormous and it was almost impossible to communicate.
We're go, same time.
I'm good. I got my tea, lemon, honey.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
The landing to me was a great celebration. The nation was almost euphoric.
It'll launch.
That's one small step for man.
Probably by like 1:15, 1:20ish, maybe.
There are so many things that we could eventually learn about our universe and the spacecraft that we use exploring.
It's amazing they were able to get this close to the top of the launch window.
We are a nation of explorers.
To be honest.
During Apollo, we were on national TV literally every day because we were doing something visible that Americans could see and they could feel and say, look what we are doing. And I believe Artemis is going to come up and say, look what we are capable of and what we are doing now.
Artemis will stand on the shoulders of Apollo. They're going to have the eyes of the world on them when they start down this trail.
The science of a space flight is one that will continue to inspire. Going to the moon generates technology, more communications, more computer technology.
For those that are here, thank you for being here to watch this. Enjoy it. Hopefully we'll have the launch soon on Rumble, YouTube, Trovo, Twitch. Hopefully we'll have a successful launch tonight. I'm crossing my fingers. So hopefully within the next 45 minutes or so.
Center, where we are showing you a live look of another visitor center. This is the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. Wow, take a look at all of those people who are there hoping to watch the launch today. You know, this is the visitor center for the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. That center played a crucial role in contributing to the Artemis program. So I'm not surprised that there are a bunch of people there watching. All right, so now we're going to take go back to Leah Martin over at Banana Creek. Again, that's right outside of our visitor center, and she's with some other folks who came out to watch today's launch.
Yeah, you know, Megan, we talked about this being America's rocket, right? Every state in the United States has contributed to this rocket, so it should be no surprise that we have people from all over the country joining us here tonight. I'm actually joined by some friends of ours who are joining us from Georgia and Utah. What does it mean to be here tonight to see tonight's launch?
I think it's amazing. I know that tons of people from all over the United States have helped build the rockets and are here tonight, so it's awesome to know that we all have a little bit of personal ties to the rocket.
And go ahead.
No, I'm just excited to be here because I've been a fan of space travel and going to the moon and back, and I'm glad to see it's happening again later in life.
And you were actually telling me a little bit earlier that you grew up in the Apollo era in those years following those first launches, and now here, how does it feel to be watching the sister program launch and seeing at the beginning?
Look at the goosebumps. That tells it all right here. I'm totally thrilled to be here.
Now, and you were actually telling me that you have a personal connection to this rocket as well. You know some people who have worked on it. What do you think it feels like being here? How does it feel for you to see something that's the culmination of so many years of hard work?
Yeah, I think it's crazy when you think about how long it takes to build it and stuff. Like, I wasn't even born last time people tried to get to the moon. So it's awesome. I think it's so exciting, and I cannot wait.
And we have a ton of people who are working tonight still on call.
I agree. It's like, whoopee. I mean, really? You're going to go to the crowd and start getting commentary from them? I guess it's time kill, right? Gotta do something to kill the time. I would rather hear and they do this, at some point they will, the communications that are going on behind the scenes. And they usually do that. I'd rather hear that. Let's see what he's saying. Oh, he's going to go through the whole thing again that he did earlier.
All of the preparation. We had that hydrogen leak that was in the base of the mobile service structure here. That's been remedied. We haven't had any issue with those tail umbilicals that we were tracking so closely back in August and September. So everything looking really good with SLS. Just to recap, most powerful rocket
He's recapping. I knew he was going to recap.
Propelled by 2 solid rocket boosters and 4 engines on this.
This is like
stage. Now,
a DIY on how to build a rocket. So every country that's watching right now, just listen to what he's saying and you'll get an idea how to build a fucking rocket.
If you forgot it already, it's aluminum powder, ammonium perchlorate, and polybutadiene acrylonitrile. It's a binding agent that's inside. Solid propellants are extremely stable. They're very reliable, but once you ignite them, they're going to keep burning. You can't really throttle them up and down like you can with liquid-fueled engines. You can throttle just based off of the distribution. So you basically put more propellant in some areas and less in others as you're trying to really throttle the rocket down, which we do as we go through things like max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. And just a reminder, as these things are firing, they can steer, they can gimbal. The bottom part here, gimbal just means you can really direct, and they're providing 90% of the steering as SLS is making the flight uphill, and more than 75% of the thrust with those two firing at the same time. And again, they're attached to this. This is the core stage, 212 feet tall, the largest single stage we've ever constructed. It's been through the green run test, a lot of preparation for this flight today, and it is propelled by these 4 RS-25 engines. Now, these are liquid-fueled rocket engines, so you have a fuel and an oxidizer, and one of the great things about liquid fuel is you can throttle them in real time. You could kind of like the gas in your car. You can go faster or a little bit slower. So these throttle up to 104% of their rated thrust at the time of liftoff. We throttle them down as we go through max Q, so the maximum amount of pressure on SLS on the way uphill, and then throttle them back up until they've consumed all of their propellants. And they're consuming that propellant at more than 1,500 gallons a second. That is just an astronomical amount of fuel that's running through these engines to produce that thrust. Each of these up to 500,000 pounds each during their operation. And of all the different components, we've got this engine block section down here. You have all of the associated plumbing, everything to feed those propellants down to these engines. You also have these 2 attachment points here. and that's where we actually tank the SLS rocket. So a lot of focus on those in the previous attempts. They've cooperated spectacularly so far today, and we've been able to fully tank this core stage. And a reminder, you have a fuel, about 500,000 gallons right here of liquid hydrogen, and then an oxidizer. You need those two together, and then an ignition source. That's what gives you your reaction, your thrust, your basically controlled explosion that then comes out of those rocket engines. So fully tanked. These are cryogenic fuels, hundreds of degrees below zero, so we've got a spray-on insulation across the entire vehicle. As it's sitting out there in the Florida air, it's a little bit warm tonight, but we need to keep those hundreds of degrees below zero. It takes a lot of energy to do that, so the less you have to use to keep them cold, the better, which is why we have that insulation. So we're going to be seeing SLS take flight for the first time tonight as we clear all of those final issues. Again, this is going to be one heck of a show when this thing launches into the night sky. So with that, send it back over.
All right. Now, we were talking about the other guy looking like Clark Kent. He looks like Tobey Maguire, the original Spider-Man, a little. I'm just saying. He had a little Tobey Maguire going on there.
It's been so awesome to be here for this historic launch
Anybody see
tonight.
that?
So right now we are awaiting
Am I alone?
new T0. The launch team had to work through some issues, and they're doing a great job at working through those issues. So now we're just waiting to see a new T0, since we had been aiming for the top of the launch window, which opened does open at 1:04 a.m. Eastern time. Now today is a big deal. Apollo 17 in 1972 was the last time humans stepped foot on the moon. That the rocket you see right there behind us, illuminated in the darkness there, is the first step back towards getting us to the moon. Now Artemis 1 is
Marco,
the first integrated flight test of NASA's deep space exploration systems. That's the ground
In the
systems
night sky,
here at Kennedy Space Center, the Space Launch System, or SLS rocket, and the Orion spacecraft. We will send an uncrewed Orion spacecraft farther beyond the moon than any of the Apollo missions before it. For Artemis 2, Orion will have astronauts on board as it orbits the moon. Then future Artemis missions will land the first woman and first person of color on the surface of the moon. So Kayla, why do we want to go back?
I have to be careful with that.
It's a super interesting place to...
Seeker. Because NASA is a public broadcasting thing on YouTube. You usually don't get hit. If I start sharing other people's channels with the algorithms on YouTube, I'm dead. And I already have one copyright strike, and it doesn't expire till the end of December. I cannot take a chance on showing third-party streams. Has to be NASA or nothing. Not on while we're on YouTube. We're not. No music. No. Got to be very careful these days with YouTube. That's why I'm on Rumble. Rumble is a game changer. You can't play those games on YouTube. You just can't. Because they are ridiculous now. Do you know what happened when I got hit by a copyright strike because I was playing music? I had to go to copyright school. Copyright school. And pass a test. For real. I'm not even making that up. Justin, I got news for you. Since you're here now. On Sundays, in the future, what do you think about this? On KGRA DB, it's the only hint. This is the only thing I'm going to say. The Dark Side of Pro Wrestling show. What do you think about that? I've been waiting to tell you that. It should be interesting. This commentary is killing me. You know that, right? It's killing me. I mean, this is to the point where the launch window is coming. You know, we're probably about 35 minutes out. They should be going to mission control. Instead of this, we should start hearing what's going on behind the scenes in preparation. Yeah, we're on a hold, but that's normal. So I would rather. I saw that, James. Yeah. The Dark Side of Pro Wrestling. It's going to be in the middle of the day. We're an alternative network. We're not just paranormal. We're also alternative, meaning other programming. And I'm sure you'd be surprised how many people are going to tune into that. There's a lot of people that love wrestling out there. I used to. So there's an audience for that. Yeah, I'm not listening to that. I'm keeping it muted. I can't. This is just to pass the time. That's why they're doing this. I'm waiting for we've been streaming now since 10 Eastern after I finished MUFON. We're pushing on 3 hours now. There's only so much of this you can take. Let's just get to it now, please. That's why the other stream, I found it much more informational, because they're giving us actual real-time updates of what's going on. And it's the other NASA channel. And I think we're going to just see if they say anything here.
And currently...
Look at that.
Currently, we are in topping on the upper stage of liquid hydrogen. So that is just in. We are into topping on the upper stage of the liquid hydrogen tank. And we are awaiting the range testing their flight termination system with the launch team. This is Artemis Launch Control.
I'd rather hear that. Well, I think it's going to go deeper into the dark. When they say the dark side of pro wrestling, it's the things that, we don't see or hear about. It's like the situation with...
We are currently in a T-minus 10 hold. This is a pre-planned hold that has 11 minutes left. The pre-planned hold goes for a half hour. The T0 is set for 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time. But currently the launch team is working to catch up to what appears to be a slip into the launch window, which is currently 2 hours and goes until 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. Now we'll get a solid T0 once the launch team is able to determine how much work is left. But again, it's based on the math and where we are, it looks like we are slipping into the window. But again, that's not official. We don't have a new T0 as of right now. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Yeah, but slipping in the window by how much? 15 minutes? Half hour? What? Who cares? We have a 2-hour window. So it doesn't take off at 1:04. The main thing is this thing takes off tonight. If it's at 1:30, so be it. But at least let's have a launch. Right? We waited this long. Another 20 minutes ain't going to kill. Let's just get this up and going. But yeah, I'd rather listen to this because we're getting the real-time updates of what's going on. Even though, it's intermittent. But who cares? But yeah, in wrestling, it's not just the entertainment value because it's all phony, it's all bullshit. Now, there have been instances like if you ever see what happened between Bret Hart in real life and Shawn Michaels and how that went down. They physical fight. They couldn't stand each other. And also the steroid abuse. Instances like Chris Benoit, how tragic that was. I mean, there is a definite dark side to wrestling. The human side of wrestling. And it's not good. I mean, it's all fun to watch, but there's a lot of, personal, tragic stories and accounts. It's bad. It's really, it's been moments that's really dark and bad. So, it's one thing to see it. I'll never forget. What's up, Kathy? I'll never forget. I don't remember what event it was when Owen lost his life. That was horrific. That was horrible. So, a lot of tragedy, too, associated with pro wrestling. Yeah, wrestling is entertainment. It's not, That's why a lot of people got into MMA instead of like boxing and all that, because it was like extreme. But I used to go to see all those things when I was younger. I was on TV a lot. I was on Monday Night Raw a lot. A lot. Back in the day, 25 years ago. I was on TV all the time. I wish I had those videos. I mean, I hung out with Stone Cold. And I used to have pictures, but my brother has all those pictures. He has it all with us hanging out with the wrestlers. I know his mother definitely has them all. Which one day I would like to get my hands and make copies of them. For me. But I've been there, done that. I mean, it was a phase for me. Because of my younger brother and sister. Because we had a family member who worked security at Madison Square Garden. And he would get us tickets. And they were up close near the ring. So if we had I had a Stone Cold poster. I had fucking all. I was a big Stone Cold fan. And I was on TV all the time. Because we were always at the events. At the Garden. And in Jersey. Not Jersey. In Nassau Coliseum and Long Island. Huh?
You're not going to look at the thing no more.
Because he worked security in that one too. Oh, we're watching, Ma.
But I can't see it on TV, no?
What? Yeah, you can.
So how come, when is it happening?
It's going to happen very soon, Ma. You want to watch it on your TV?
Yeah.
I'll put it on for you. So, yeah, I've been through all that. My brother and sister were witnesses when the Giant floored out a wrestler in the lobby. And they were going to go to court because he knocked the guy out cold in the... All right, we're going to get an update. He knocked the guy out cold in the lobby. One punch. And my brother and sister were right there when it happened. They were witnesses. So they were witnesses for the Giant, who is the Big Show. And the other guy started the fight. He struck Big Show first. And then Big Show retaliated and knocked the fucker out in one shot. Right in the lobby of the hotel. It was the Marriott in Long Island. So that was real, what happened there. It was a wrestler from another organization. And he came into the lobby trying to stir shit up. And that's an actual true story. So what's going on in what's up, Amanda? Now we do have the audio coming in, so it's on. Oh God, he was a dumbass. And the funny thing is, I'm sitting in the bar with Diamond Dallas Page right next to me. We're drinking. And there were other wrestlers, because it was a big bar. It was a big round bar. All the wrestlers are sitting around this bar. And I'm hanging out with Diamond Dallas Page, who is a cool dude. And all of a sudden, we hear the commotion in the lobby. And we're all like, what the fuck what's going on? Something's going on out there. So Diamond Dallas Page, he says, yeah. All the wrestlers were like, what the fuck's going on? And that's what happened. Because the kids aren't allowed, obviously, in the bar. So the wrestlers go to the bar to escape the kids. Because they can't go into the bar. So that's where all the wrestlers are, in the bar, in the hotels. That's their way to escape. Or they go to their rooms. But they want to hang out after an event. They're all hanging out in the bar. They're all hanging out together. I would have to call my brother and sister, or my brother, really, and ask him who was that other wrestler. It was a no-name person from another organization. He was just trying to make a name for himself, in the lobby. It was ridiculous. But, yeah. It was true story. Diamond Dallas Page goes, he didn't say my name. I don't remember. But he goes, we started talking. And you don't talk to them like a fanboy. Oh, Mr. Diamond Dallas Page, can I have your autograph? I love you in wrestling. It doesn't work that way. That's not how you do. Hey, what's up? What's going on, Diamond Dallas Page? Good night tonight, huh? You start a conversation. So we started a conversation, and he goes, you want a drink? Sure. I ordered vodka with cranberry juice. And then he throws a $100 bill down. I say, you sure? Yeah, it's on me. Don't worry about it. So we just started hanging out. And we're just bullshitting, talking. And then that shit broke out. And that's how you do it. You don't go in there to harass the wrestlers like a real fanboy person. They don't like that. A lot of them don't like that. They're tired. They had a long night. They just want to go and relax. Some of them, they'll go out and take photos with the kids. They're friendly like that. Just don't act Shawn Michaels. He's a dick. He was a dick. I'm serious. I'm gonna get my sister and brother on, and they'll tell you the stories. He was a real a-hole. Now, Bret Hart was one of the best. What?
Where you gonna put the meatloaf?
I'll put it away later. Don't worry about that. The Rock, very friendly. Stone Cold, very friendly. There were a few that were just really friendly. Then there were others that were not so. Yeah, The Undertaker, I talked to him for 5 minutes. Once. He was sitting at the end of the bar. The very end of the bar, in a corner. And he had that look like, I don't want to be bothered by no one. Actually, there was no other wrestlers sitting near him. He was all by himself. And I went up to him and I said, Mr. Undertaker, I'm a big fan. I took a picture with him. He was really cool. But he's more subdued. He's quiet. He's not, in my case, when I interacted with him, he was laid back that night. So yeah. Yeah, Marco, there's a few that are completely a-holes. There are. It's in anything, but Stone Cold, Mr. Cool. He was super freaking cool. He would hang out with you. Stone Cold was amazing. And Bret Hart with the fans, amazing. Bret Hart was amazing with the fans. And The Rock.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. So we are clearly in a delay now. The NASA test director, who's basically flying the ship for the launch countdown tonight, has said that we are extending the hold that we were currently in at T-minus 10 minutes and counting. And so that puts us off the 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time launch. We're now slipping indefinitely into the hold. NASA test director Carlos Monge saying that we are currently estimating how much work needs to be done before resuming the polling that is supposed to take place 15 minutes before launch. It then goes to terminal count at T-minus 10 minutes. Now we've got an update on the tanking of the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. Currently 95% filled. We're in topping on that tank. It is the last of 4 tanks in the Space Launch System that needed to be completely fueled up before we launch. Of course, cryogenic tanking, a complex operation that has seen some delays tonight. We had a roughly hour delay after a replenish valve on the core stage liquid hydrogen side required hands-on work by a Red Crew team that went out to the launch pad and tightened down some bolts on the valve and got it fixed before leaving the launch pad, and then launch team verifying that that work was complete. Now currently we're awaiting some work with the range. The 45th Space Wing, which oversees the range here, and makes sure that the airspace and the ocean out over the flight path is clear, and also has the responsibility to destruct the rocket should it go off track. They have been working on some issues with their equipment and sending a flight termination signal to the rocket. There is testing that must happen with the flight termination system that was delayed by a bad Ethernet switch. Switch has been changed out, and now the range is looking to start testing their connectivity to the rocket in order to preserve that safety function that they are responsible for. So again, we are slipping now indefinitely into the launch window. We're awaiting the launch team to evaluate just how much time is required to complete the work to get this rocket ready to launch.
2:30 a.m.
And of course, when we have a new T0 for you, we'll report that out right away. Megan, back to you.
Oh, wow. So we heard that, but since we're watching the media channel, we're not hearing the commentary channel. Megan, back to you. So they're not carrying that part of the feed here. It cut. We're only hearing the updates on this, which I like. And for somebody that's watching with this latest update, Christ! Oh, my gosh. Yeah, in other news, so it looks like we're going to be here for a minute or so, or an hour or so, or maybe not at all. I didn't like when he said indefinitely. It is not indefinitely. You got 2 hours, fuckers. That's it. There's no indefinitely. What, Mom?
You said that the switch for the outside, while the door is working?
It is?
Yeah.
Well, that's a surprise. That's a good surprise. Only one person got what I did, and I got the response. So I'll say it. Oh my God. Please don't say it's bad news, bro. Just don't say it's bad news. Just don't give me bad news. I'm talking to someone who's messaging me. And they're watching. Just please tell me it's nothing bad or negative. I'm still sick. Just tell me, send me a message and tell me at least it's not bad. Oh, good. Okay. Because, you know, then I'll be like, screw the stream. I got to call you now. Because you know how I roll. Anyway. Oh no, I do sound bad, right? I'm sick, bro. And I don't even want to show you because it's really still disgusting. I'm still battling this. What's going on now? Oh, I'll tell you one thing. I was playing with this app today, and we were looking at NEOs, and the one that really caught my attention was April 13th, 2029. I'll definitely call you. I got to go to cardiologist tomorrow for a nuclear stress test. I'll call you when I get home. So that's going to be in the afternoon. I got to be there at 1. Oh, freaking happy, joy. I hate nuclear stress tests. Sucks. And then I got to go Thursday for 3 tests. I got to do this, the neck, and what I call the Michelin Man test, where they put blood pressure cuffs all over your freaking body. So on April 13th, 2029 is a close approach by Apophis. 20,000 miles above the Earth's surface. It will be visible with the naked eye in the Eastern Hemisphere. And I was looking at it, and I was like, wow. Now, it's not going to hit. They're saying, no, it's not going to hit. They say the one to worry about is 2068, I think. That one, that pass might be the one that... This thing is 1,100 feet wide. Because I was looking at models today at NEOs. Now, that's going to be interesting on April 13th, 2029. Look it up yourselves. Daryl, if he was here, he would tell you. I'm just saying. 20,000 miles away. Anyway, you guys are still talking about wrestling? What's going on? Let's see. But yeah, I'll call you if you're still watching. I'll call you tomorrow after I get home. I hate it because it makes my heart feel like it's going to explode. I hate the nuclear stress tests. They are horrible. It's like you get pressure. Stinks. I don't like that feeling. And then you got to lay under the machine for like 40 minutes still. Me? Staying still for 40 minutes? Christ, never. Fantasy, you know what I'm talking about, right? I'm sure you do. But you'll be okay. I'll be okay. It's just a test, and it's an important test. It really is. It literally could be life-saving, especially if they detect any blockage. It's really important. And if you've done the dye before, you don't have to worry about the dye and the contrast, all that bullshit. I don't want to get into this whole conversation about that, but you'll be okay. Anyway, so hopefully we'll get an update soon. I've had the stress test before, nuclear. Now, I always pass my treadmill stress test, but my cardiologist requires that I get a nuclear, which is more in depth, every 3-4 years. Because it's radioactive, it's radiation, so you can't do that shit all the time. But it's good. It is actually a good thing. The one that I'm not looking forward to is in about 2 years when I got to go back and be put under and talk about alien fucking probes. That's the one I don't like. And the day before, going through that hell of not eating and drinking that nasty, nasty stuff. That's the one that is the one I hate the most. And if you're over 45 men, you know exactly the one I'm talking about. I'm just saying. That's the one I don't like. And I'm due in 2 years for that one. The last time I did it, I just made them all laugh hysterical. I was like, if you find anything that looks like an alien probe, I want it. And they were like, what the F are you talking about? Yeah. If you find anything that's unusual, I want to see it. Oh my God, they were dying. I made them all break out laughing. But that's how I do. I make it light. It really was a priceless moment to see their faces, and the doctor like, what are you talking about? Then I had to explain to him why I said it. I'm talking about an anal probe. It just opened up a whole can of worms that was hysterical. I'm telling you. Hold on. But yeah. Oh my gosh. So what is it? 107. The window has opened. I feel like I should put a theme, but I can't. I'll get hit for it. The theme from Days of Our Lives. Like sands through the hourglass. Tick tock. Wow. Big dog. Anyway. I'm getting impatient right now. I definitely don't want to hear the commentary right now. I don't even really care to hear what they're saying. I want to hear what this guy's going to say in his update. Now, is it getting windy there? The camera's shaking a lot. What's going on with that? Is there a freaking wind issue now? All of a sudden, that looks very bouncy. You know, it was crazy on a show last week. One of the guests was a person that was on Days of Our Lives. Hold on. And I was a fan of this person. And I started calling her by her character name, Nancy. She was dying laughing. I'm a big fan of yours when you... It was just too funny. That was a funny moment because I actually used to watch her on TV back in the 80s on Days of Our Lives, and she's a guest on the show, and she looked really good. She looked great, actually. Man, she got a kick out of it because I asked her, do people do that to you all the time? She goes, yep. And she just went to the 57th. It was this past weekend, the 57th or 58th anniversary of Days of Our Lives. Because they're still on Peacock. That shit is still going. Matter of fact, one of the characters, Victor, who is Aniston's father, he just passed away a few days ago. John Aniston. He just passed away at 89. He was a big character on that show. And that's, what's her name? Jennifer Aniston? That's her father. He passed away like 2-3 days ago. Wow, big dog. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know where. I haven't seen him all. I have no idea. He's MIA. I have not seen him.
T-minus 10 minutes and holding. I have an update on a new issue that the launch team was studying, and that's the possible liberation, as they say, of some RTV, room temperature vulcanization, essentially caulk that is around the Orion, between Orion and panels that come off to reveal the solar panels for the Orion and European service module. The problem is essentially this: the caulk has a sensor in it, and it through camera inspections of the rocket, they have been able to determine that it is loose and could potentially come off. This is the same issue that was brought before a mission management team, which evaluates additional risks to the rocket, just a day ago. This happened after Hurricane Nicole passed through and delaminated some of the caulk around the bottom of Orion that connects to those panels. The team has determined that this caulk that encompasses this sensor on Orion is likely to come off after launch. And so the engineering team went and did a full analysis on what that debris trajectory could be once it comes off, and they evaluated that it falls within the same amount of risk that was evaluated by the mission management team a day ago. And so with no additional risk, that constraint has been removed. The engineers going on further to say that the RTV, as was discussed a day ago, is a loose and pliable material.
It's not going to affect the launch.
That is unlikely to cause a higher risk due to damage. They say it's likely to hit the LVSA, which is the adapter, the cone-shaped adapter that meets Orion and comes down, and the ICPS, and then comes down to the core stage. It is a rigid structure that would be able to withstand the impact of that RTV. So that constraint was just removed after discussion between engineers and the NASA test director, launch director, and mission management chair, Mike Serafin. And so now we continue on. We are
He's getting updated.
We are slipping into the launch window. Currently 9 minutes into the launch window, which ends at 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. The team is currently evaluating the work they have left to do and how much time it will take them to complete it before they can start polling for go. That would normally happen 15 minutes before launch, and we are not ready to resume that polling at this moment. And so we are going into the window. The question is, how deep are we going into the window? A rough calculation of the work, and this is a rough calculation, just for the benefit of those who are watching and those who are here to watch the launch, is no earlier than 1:45 a.m.
Okay.
That again is a rough estimation. This work has to be evaluated, calculated, and a new T0 given, and currently at this moment we don't have that.
That's okay.
Just want to be real clear about that.
That's okay. That means we're still within the window. 1:45? I'll take 2. As long as this fucker launches, I'm okay. I don't feel like staying until 3 o'clock.
The issue with the range and their radar asset, that has been fixed. And we are awaiting verification of their testing, which is part of the flight termination system, a critical safety system that allows the 45th Space Wing to send a destruct signal to the rocket should it go in the wrong direction.
Did they fix it?
That test has not happened. And
not yet. No test yet.
Although the rocket is fully tanked, both core stage and upper stage, there's still some work to do to get it completely configured.
We know that.
And ready to go.
Okay.
That's the latest. This is Artemis Launch Control.
Well, at least that did not become an issue. They removed the constraint. That's good, because it's going to fly off. But the range still needs to work that out with that Ethernet switch, and they haven't tested it yet. But while we're waiting on that, they still have other preparation for the launch to deal with. So he made it. I thought he was going to say something else. 145? I'll take 145. I'll take 2. Shit, I'll take 230. Let's just light this up. Right? I mean, maybe some of you are leaving. I'm not leaving. No way. Made it this far. We're in the window now. I mean, but you know what really is pathetic, though, and would suck? Waiting this long. And then there's, and I don't want to be a jinx. I don't. 2:35 scrub. Waited all night for the launch, and then they scrub it at the last minute. That is the worst. I don't want to jinx it. I'm just saying. And think, even, let's just say it launches at 2. How far into the launch are we going to see? Are we going to see that deployed at separation as that heads toward the moon? Are we going to see the final stage? I mean, how much are they going to show us once it hopefully launches? That could take a half hour or so. Easy. So this could, it's just because it may launch, say, at 2. Yeah, I know he's figuring 145 at the earliest. So we're still going to be here for a while, hopefully. And I don't have any coffee. So, oh God, fantasy. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to jinx it, but there's still some things that got to be sorted. That range, I mean, people, test that Ethernet switch already. You told us it was going to be 70 minutes, and then you said it might be a little longer. And that was before midnight. It's now 1:19. So let's get this going, please. Let's see what's going on in the comments. And hello to everybody who's watching on Rumble, Twitch, Trovo, YouTube. Connie, Kevin, Daryl, Justin, of course Amanda, Bob, Fantasy, Marco, Jay. And I'm just talking about the folks in YouTube. Genghis. I think I got the majority of the people that are in there. Seeker. Yeah, I think I got pretty much everybody covered. And Justin. Ronald. That's a nice view right there. That's nice. That's beautiful. I'm just curious to see what the NASA... I don't even want to do it, but I'm just curious to see what the hell they're talking about now. Okay. Are we watching a documentary now? Apollo missions? I'll stick with this. They are simply passing the time. That's all they're doing. They're just throwing programming up there as we wait. That's all they're doing. He finally made it. Amol, where you been? We were wondering about you. What's going on? Oh, and Big Dog. That's right. Big Dog was here. You guys jinxed this, you know. You're all saying, where the F is he? Well, now you got your wish. Careful what you wish for. Uh-oh, here comes Mom. What thing? It's delayed. Once I get news, I'll put it on your TV. Once I know they start the countdown, whenever that is, I'll run to your room and put it on your TV. Oh, you're still with family. They're still there? How many weeks have they been there? Too much information. I don't need to know. Yeah, 1:45 the earliest, he said. Rough estimate. Really guesstimate. Okay, I got the audio on. So hopefully we'll get some news really soon. Because we've got to hear the communication. We got to hear that they cleared the range, that they tested it and it passed the test, and they're getting the data. That could be an issue in itself. Let's see. Just checking. 1.5 months? Wow. Amol. Kojak, yep. Who loves you, baby? I remember that. Who loves you, baby? That was Telly's thing. If anybody remembers that, he would say that. Kojak. Wow. Telly Savalas. Overlook horizon showing the caulking that was put on O-ring after hurricane damage. Again, I can't show any other stream seeker because their YouTube is... It's one thing to show NASA. It's another thing to show somebody else's channel. They are on it big time. It's not going to pass the algorithm test. Yeah, right? Amol, what are we getting married? What's going on? This sounds serious that the family's there for a month and a half. What's going on? You getting engaged? Getting married? What's going on? Sounds serious. I can't even do the thing that I want to do because I'm even afraid that would set something off. You know what that is, right? You all should know what I'm talking about. Yes, that's why I said, Amanda, you could do NASA is one thing.
When I'm sick and feel tired, that's when he comes by. That's a mole. He just sits and complains. I must say he's a pain. That's a mole.
I had to do it. Had to do it. What's going on in here now? That was unbelievable how they found that 20-foot section of the space shuttle off the coast of Florida. And they were diving looking for World War II planes, and they found a piece of the shuttle. That's unbelievable. And they say it's the largest section ever found, that piece. That's unbelievable. It's Daryl, they shouldn't get me on that because I'm singing on it, and the algorithm, it'll throw off the algorithm. And for a 10-second clip, it's got to be more persistent than that. They'll let you slide on something silly like that. But if you push it too much, then that's when they draw the line. I hope, because it's been getting so crazy on YouTube. Anyway, let's see what they're talking about on the other one. Oh my God, more. How excited are you to be here tonight to watch, hopefully, the launch of the Artemis 1? Where are you from?
Louder. I want to feel it. Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for joining us tonight. It's been an honor to meet you. And Megan, we're going back to you.
Leah, thank you so much for sharing that. That was such a fun story.
Oh. Gosh. Give me a break. It's almost like New Year's Eve. Like the party, it's like, I don't give a shit. I'm having a good time. I don't want to hear. Let's just get this going. Oh, I'm not doing it, Daryl. There's no way. I can't do it. This is important here to hear these updates. It's like I really want to run and make a cup of coffee, but I would have to make, a pot. But then I won't sleep. And coffee, I'm not supposed to drink coffee now before the nuclear. That shit is done. I'm not supposed to do anything now. No caffeine, nothing. I'm done. In preparation for the test tomorrow. So I'm screwed now. It's water or nothing at this point. Uh-oh, here he comes.
Yeah, Megan, thank you. And a clearer picture is starting to emerge as the launch team now reports out that they only have a few minutes left of work to do before they're ready to pick up polling. And we're also hearing that some of that polling, which kicks off with the mission management team, is also now just about 3.5 minutes away. Now, we are currently still in that hold. But the launch team, NASA's test director, is continuing to move the team forward. We've wrapped up work on the upper stage and the lower stage. You're looking now live inside Firing Room 1, where Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson is overseeing her launch team. We've had a number of delays that have put us off the T0, but we are starting to track to a T0 close to around a quarter till, top of the hour. But we do need to have some polling that takes place. I'm pausing now because I'm listening in to the teams as they communicate. In this launch window, which we're currently 26 minutes into, and it's 2 hours long, it runs until 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time, we have what's called 40 cutouts. And in those cutouts, they range from about a second to about a minute. These are times where they can't launch. These cutouts must be accounted for when determining a new T0.
No.
The upper stage of the rocket, which was the last to get ready and configured, just recently the team cycled the liquid hydrogen valves, which is required, and they are currently working on the LO2 valves, liquid oxygen valves in the upper stage. That work is almost done.
What about the range? What about the testing at the range?
We are now a minute and a half away from the pole of the mission management team, which is several minutes before T-minus 15 minutes. When that pole starts, we'll get a clearer picture of our T0.
He didn't mention anything about what's going on with the Ethernet switch at the range, because that can definitely hold it up too. That has to be.
NASA's test director has informed the launch team to all switch to a common communication channel. It's called 232. And what this means is that the entire launch team is now on one channel, and all future communication will happen there. Whereas there are many channels. Now they reduce it down to one.
That's all good, but...
Just heard from NASA Test Director Carlos Monge. I'm sorry, Jeff Spaulding. Jeff Spaulding's on. They swapped out. There are currently no constraints to launch.
Okay, but what that means?
Great news.
They resolved
Again,
the issue at the range.
No constraints to launch.
There it
and
is.
They're getting ready to pick up with a poll.
Good.
To determine readiness for launch.
So that means the constraint at the range is resolved. That, to me, that's what that sounds like. So the polling can start. It looks like we're a go. Now I gotta get my mom's TV set up. All right, Ma. It looks like it's gonna happen.
Okay, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding getting ready to conduct the readiness poll, so we are getting close. We're going to pull up the audio now so that you can listen in.
Rockets go. All right, copy all. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
I copy all NTD. At this time, I will proceed with my poll. And attention on 232, this is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS Program Chief Engineer.
EGS Program Chief Engineer verifies that the EGS, SLS, and Orion Program Chief Engineers have no constraints and are go for launch.
Copy, Greg. Thank you. EGS Chief Safety Officer.
The EGS CSO verifies the SLS Orion and EGS CSOs have no constraints and are go for launch.
Copy, John. Thank you. Range weather.
Weather has no constraints and weather is go for launch.
Copy, LWO. And mission manager.
Here we go.
And mission manager, launch director.
Launch director, mission manager on 232. The mission management team has been polled. You have a go to proceed with terminal count and launch of Artemis 1.
I copy all. Thank you. And NTD, launch director.
Go ahead, launch director.
Yes, sir. On behalf of all the men and women across our great nation who have worked to bring this hardware together to make this day possible, and for the Artemis generation, this is for you. At this time, I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis 1.
Copy, launch director.
Keep
and thank
it
you.
coming. Keep it coming with the
All right,
goes.
we do have a couple of steps to configure, and then we will be ready to resume the clock. CVSE, NTD. CVSE here. Initiate recording of Orion cameras at this time. In work. R, NTD. RSR here. Perform the booster ignition SNA arm rotation enable.
NDT, RSR, booster ignition SNA arm and rotation enable is complete.
And I copy. Thank you.
Okay, so there you heard the poll from launch
All right,
director.
and all personnel, we are going to resume the clock here momentarily.
Oh, here we go.
Getting ready to get that new T0 time. The poll that you heard was the NASA test director's poll, and
All right, and we have verified no cutouts at this time. And all personnel, we are going to resume the clock. GLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
Ooh.
GLS copies. Countdown clock will resume on my mark.
147.
3, 2, 1.
130.
Mark.
148.
GLS mainline has been initiated.
Okay.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
we
There
are
it is,
T-minus 10 minutes
148.
away from liftoff of
148.
Artemis 1. As you can see, the clock is now moving. Let's put that up.
148.
T-minus 9 minutes and 47 seconds. The L-minus 15 poll complete.
Show
It went
06:47:44 is the new liftoff time.
Affirm.
Okay.
By the way, I go to my mother's room to put the
01:47:44, 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time and 44 seconds.
Okay, 147 and 44 seconds. Okay. And they're getting 3 feet of snow in Buffalo, New York over the next
We
few
went
days.
straight into terminal count.
3 feet of snow in Buffalo. Lake effect. Holy shit.
Liftoff now 9 minutes away. So terminal count. Control has been given over to the GLS, the ground launch sequencer, a computer and software that is doing all of the commanding and monitoring of the Space Launch System.
Well, the guy said earlier 140.
We'll hear call-outs from the GLS operator, Alex Pandalos.
The guy earlier said 145 at the earliest, this gentleman.
As well as NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. GLS is pre-tensioning the umbilicals at this very moment. You can see them as they run down the rocket. That's getting them ready to detach. At liftoff, those arms will swing away. We'll let go of the rocket in a clockwise direction. T-minus 8 minutes and counting. The GLS is performing up to 100 commands per second.
Yes,
including configuring ground systems for.
There's no crew on board, but still, this is so critically important for tests.
GLS is turning on cameras, recording video inside and outside the crew module to collect data for engineers. Purging the aft skirt booster with high flow nitrogen. Clear out any hydrogen gas that may be there. You can see the crew access arm is already retracted.
What's up, Derek?
When there is crew during Artemis 2, it would happen at T-minus 6 minutes. But out of abundance of caution, they went ahead and retracted the arm well ahead of liftoff. Want to point your attention to the base of the mobile launcher. If something wasn't done to reduce the power from the pressure caused by the rocket's ignition and thunderous sound, it could damage the rocket. So the ignition overpressure and sound suppression system will flood the mobile launcher with water. You'll see that sequence start at T-minus 17 seconds.
Okay, Marco.
Now coming up in less than 30 seconds, the ground launch sequencer will start bringing the high energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization. Fire in room 1 is completely silent as they listen for the next call.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
The core stage tank is now pressurizing to flight levels. The replenish valve to the liquid hydrogen tank now closing. The liquid oxygen tank will come a little later. Now we're arming the Orion ascent pyros and transfer to internal power. The launch abort system, or LAS jettison motor, is now armed. On this flight, the abort motor is inactive because there is no crew on board. Up next is the flight termination system, or FTS, which gives the Space Force the ability to destruct the rocket if it goes in the wrong direction. Let's listen in for that.
Finally.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
The flight termination system is now armed. Coming up at 4 minutes and 40 seconds, a big moment. This is where the RS-25 engines and their bleed go to high flow. It's been a little tricky to dial in.
GLS is go for LH2 high flow bleed check.
Good word, we've passed that. The cryo team got the LH2 engine bleed pressure loop dialed in. They are now at the right temperature for launch. Countdown continues.
Yes.
T-minus 4 minutes, 15 seconds.
4 minutes.
Up next, GLS fires up the KPUs. Those are high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25s. Stands for Core Stage Auxiliary Power Unit Start.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
That now leads to the thrust vector control test at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That can proceed now, and we will see the engines gimbal at the bottom of the core stage.
I'm watching it on my main screen, so that's why I'm looking that way.
At T-minus 3 minutes and 10 seconds, you will
Screw
hear
that.
the go
I'm
for
making a
purge
projector
sequence
screen.
4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve, getting the air and moisture out.
There we go.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
And in just a few seconds, GLS will close the core stage LOX vent, liquid oxygen. The white vapor cloud caused from the super cold gaseous oxygen condensing the water in the atmosphere will disappear. You see it coming out there now. And there it goes, it's closed. LOX vent closed, pressure rising in the core stage LOX tank to flight levels. Coming up in 15 seconds, look for that thrust vector control actuator test. Engines will
You can
gimbal.
actually hear and see it.
And there they go. The 4 core stage RS-25 engines gimbaling around, testing the ability to steer the rocket into space. They will operate at 109% performance. Each RS-25 throwing down 500,000 pounds of thrust. All 4, 2 million pounds. All together with the boosters,
No,
8.8
there's no
million
clock
pounds
behind
of
me.
thrust.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal
There's nothing
power.
Now
behind
the
me.
upper stage has gone to internal power.
None.
So power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery power. The same milestone is coming up for the core stage at
Because I can see
T-minus 1 minute
the
and
screen
30
without
seconds.
my camera over here. I'm not blocking anything.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
The rocket's core stage, which houses the 3 flight computers, is now on battery power. So there is no more hold time available because there's no more margin on the batteries. So if we have a hold, we'd have to recycle back to T-minus 10 minutes and recharge those batteries.
Wow.
The count continues. A note now, shortly after liftoff.
1 minute.
1 minute!
Shortly after liftoff, Mission Control Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague, Leah Cheshire, will take over commentary.
Here we go!
T-minus 50 seconds and counting. Coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, the GLS will hand off control to the ALS. This is the autonomous launch sequencer. On board the rocket, it will take over command and control of the rocket. But the ALS will check, make sure there's no holds coming from the ground up until T-minus 2
GLS
seconds.
is go for ALS.
And we are go for ALS. The Space Launch System is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon.
Guys, if you're watching it in real time on a
Launch team
stream,
can no longer recycle the count.
don't confuse it.
Sound suppressor water now flowing
15.
under the ML.
You're blowing the head here.
And
by
here
doing
we
that.
go.
10.
Hydrogen
GLS go
burn-off
for core
igniters
stage engine
initiated.
start.
Don't say
6,
it ahead of what we're
5,
seeing.
Core stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff
Wow.
of Artemis 1. We rise
Go,
together.
Artemis,
back
go!
to the moon and beyond.
Engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour.
Wow.
Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour.
Wow, look at that.
Looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down ahead of passing through max Q. Now 1 minute, 21 seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison at about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis 1. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated. These 177-foot boosters Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all four RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange.
Those are just the boosters.
2 minutes and 36 seconds into the flight. Hearing nominal calls here in Mission Control Houston.
There it is.
We've still got 4 good engines on the core stage. Next up, we'll be looking for the service module fairing to separate. This is 3 15 by 15 foot fairing panels, providing structural support, protecting the service module. Those will separate at about 3 minutes and 11 seconds into flight, and very shortly thereafter will be followed by the launch abort system separation.
Where's the camera views?
Just over 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 4,060 miles per hour, 83 miles downrange. We just had confirmation that the service module fairing has separated.
Yeah, give us some camera views. Fuck.
And that the launch abort system pyros have fired, separating those from Orion as well. For future crew members,
what the hell is that? What is that?
we just heard the call for 3-engine press, meaning if SLS were to lose an engine at this point in the mission, we could still achieve a nominal mission. We would just have an extended main engine cutoff time. However, we still have 4 good engines, all at maximum thrust right now, powering the first flight of Artemis at 5,200 miles per hour, 148 miles downrange.
Elon, you gotta hook him up with some cameras, bro. We need some SpaceX cameras.
We're 4 minutes and 16 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. So far, we've had a clean ascent. We saw those solid rocket boosters jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds after liftoff. Shortly after, we had the service module panels fairings separate, as well as the launch abort system. The launch abort system was inert for this flight, except to perform this separation. Those 4 core stage engines will continue to fire and power the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 6,800 miles per hour, 229 miles downrange. Booster flight controller reports that the engines are looking good.
Miko's coming soon, so let's see if they have cameras after Miko.
Our core stage main engine cutoff time is about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. We are now 5 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, 7,656 miles per hour. Again, 4 good core stage engines, those 4 RS-25 engines.
The main thing is this thing took off and should be fine.
The last time those core
now.
stage engines flew, they were taking space shuttles to orbit, and now with upgraded capabilities, they're launching the future of human spaceflight.
I mean, that was big, just getting this off the ground.
5 minutes, 42 seconds into the mission, we are now traveling 8,800 miles per hour, 345 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Again, we are anticipating core stage main engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And about 10 seconds later, we'll see core stage separation, at which point Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be flying free.
And hopefully we'll have a camera to see that.
Now traveling over 10,000 miles per hour, 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1, 427 miles downrange. Quiet here on the loops in Mission Control Houston. Teams continue to monitor this first flight. About a minute and a half now until that core stage main engine cutoff time. Our 4 core stage engines continue to fire at maximum thrust. Coming up on 7 minutes since launch today, now traveling over 12,800 miles per hour, 563 miles downrange. Again, still quiet here in Mission Control Houston.
Amanda, I don't know if they have cameras. I don't.
As we prepare for main engine cutoff, the 4 RS-25 engines are beginning to throttle down.
I'm hoping during separation they have cameras. But this isn't SpaceX.
30 seconds now until core stage main engine cutoff. All 4 engines continue to throttle down. Now 7 minutes 45 seconds into the flight, traveling over 16,000 miles per hour. Continuing to hear good calls here in Mission Control Houston. We're standing by for core stage main engine cutoff.
It does, Daryl. It does.
And we have confirmation of core stage main engine cutoff. Orion is now in Earth's orbit. The flight dynamics officer reports that we have a nominal main engine cutoff. And we just heard the call for core stage separation. That means Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage are now flying free from the core stage of the Space Launch System. The next milestone will be solar array deploy approximately 18 minutes after liftoff. But before Orion stretches its wings, let's check back in with our friends at Kennedy Space Center and hear all about what it was like to hear the rocket roar off the launch pad. Megan and Kayla, I've got to hear all about it.
So I was hoping that we would have some kind of visual. This is really poor on NASA's part, to me, because this is a major, critical, significant mission. I mean, I guess they couldn't do it, but they should have tried at least to put a camera somewhere. So it's all animated. Kind of sucks. But exactly, Perseus. That's what I'm saying. We don't want to see animated bullshit. We wanted to see some real imagery, cameras, like SpaceX does. That's disappointing. Now, don't get me wrong. It's good that it's separated and it's on its way. But really? That's a downer. Right? It does suck. That's why I said call Elon. Somebody needs to get SpaceX. Dude, need cameras. This is bullshit. This is a $100 billion investment, taxpayer money, and you can't put a fucking camera to show the taxpayers at least that? SpaceX does it on every mission. Bad. As far as like a public relations thing, bad. I'm just being honest. I actually know somebody who's friends with Elon. If I really wanted to get a message to Elon, I can get a message to Elon, but I'm not going to do that. But, no. This is unacceptable to me. And I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way. Because now, moving forward, are we going to see anything in this 6-week mission as it orbits the moon? Are we going to see anything? That's some BS. Look at this. It's bullshit. Yeah, I mean, what's this now? In addition to the Orion camera system, Redwire is also providing a mission kit that includes a virtual reality camera, forward-facing console camera that will be flying on the Artemis 1 mission. Yeah, Daryl, it's true. Hopefully we will see some imagery coming in, as Genghis is indicating. Let's see what they're saying. Nothing. They don't even look excited. Oh, somebody's giving a hug. I mean, and show some enthusiasm. Like, at least on the SpaceX streams, you see people and you hear them, yeah, you know, for everything that is going on. This is the most boring, I mean, yuck. And I'm not, you know, the mission, thank God, it's on its way, took off successfully, it's on its way. That's good, all good, great. But this is pathetic. NASA needs to learn from SpaceX how to deal with public. I mean, I'm like speechless, to be honest. Yeah, exactly, Jay. You get artist renditions, fucking CGI animated bullshit? Really? I mean, like I said, we might as well go to bed now. So it's 2 a.m. Because there ain't nothing to be seen here. Really, that's disappointing. That is really. That's what I wanted to see. Yeah, it's all cool to see the rocket going up. Beautiful. But we wanted to see it deploy, separation, and see it moving forward. Like when the Dragon or any other SpaceX, you get to see that separation. And you see it drifting away. That's the image I wanted to see. I mean, you would have people, conspiracy theorists, saying, that shit's phony. It didn't even go up. It didn't even, we don't even have confirmation that it even is in orbit. We didn't see it. Right? How do we know? Yeah. SpaceX is superior by far. And you're right, Jay? Exactly. Billions of dollars invested on this, and you can't afford a camera system? My God. Anyway, like I said, the main thing, it launched successfully despite issues. It's on its way to the moon. It's going to be going around the moon for 6 weeks and then coming back to Earth. So let's see what we see in the next few weeks, if anything, coming from this mission. Yeah, look, they got fucking cameras on their monitors. What's up with that? You saw that? They had a camera. They had a camera on the engine. I just seen it. You saw it? I seen it. Right there. It's on the monitor. On the bottom right. Look at it. It's right there. And it's on their fucking monitor. Look at it. They're looking at the screen. They're all looking at that screen. They're even moving the camera. They're even moving the camera. Look at it on the bottom screen and the one on the wall. They're moving the camera. Look at it. Oh, that is terrible. Terrible. You can't show the public the screen that you're showing? What is that? Some top secret classified bullshit? And then if that's the case, you're busted because we're seeing it on your screens. Look at them. They're all watching the fucking monitor on the wall. They're applauding. Show us.
Is 35:45 now.
That is pathetic. That's pathetic. Now I'm pissed. Now I'm pissed. They have fucking cameras. We just seen it. They cannot deny that. They had the capacity to put it on the screen for all of us to see. They could have taken that and thrown it right on.
Thanks, Megan. And yes, we're here in Mission Control Houston, still monitoring the Artemis 1 mission and the first flight of Orion atop the Space Launch System. So far, we saw successful liftoff at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time, all the way through separation from the core stage. We now have
we didn't see
Orion
that.
and the interim
We didn't
cryogenic
see it.
propulsion stage
You guys seen it, but we
flying
didn't.
free. And we've just heard that we have initiated solar array deploy. So we are turning our focus to that. The spacecraft was running on battery power, but stretching these wings will allow it.
I'm shutting her off. Look at the image on there. They're looking to see the deployment of the solar array. You see it on the monitor? On the bottom? Oh, that's animated. Why do we get the animated version and they get to see the real fucking thing? That is, I'm livid. They're seeing the real deal. We're seeing this. Why? Maybe they heard me and they shut the cameras off and they put the graphic back on because they don't want us to see what they're seeing. I'm not happy. I am not happy right now. I'm telling you, I feel like raving. No, it was more grayish. It wasn't the same thing, Daryl. It was more. It was grayish. It didn't have the reds and all that on their screens. No. They were seeing. There we go. Here we go. And they cut the feed. Let's put this
loads from breaking or damaging the arrays. And on the end of each solar array is a camera that will capture imagery for us throughout the mission, along with a few other cameras placed outside and inside the spacecraft to help us monitor and perform various other inspections.
So show us!
Of course, if you recall the Apollo capsule design, there were no solar arrays. We had fuel cells instead. So this design of arrays gives us the opportunity to stay in orbit longer since we practically have no limit to the energy available for use from the sun.
Now, they might say they're getting interference. Oh, fucking.
Coming up on 21 minutes since liftoff. Orion is attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. You can see those 4 solar arrays unfolding now. And again, Artemis 1 is a flight test. It's paving the way for a sustainable presence at the moon. Looking forward to the future Gateway will be our space station
communicating
and
with the
lunar orbit.
cameras.
And we have some similarities and differences in the solar arrays unfolding right now on Orion and those that'll be on Gateway. So like we're seeing now, these are deploying autonomously. The Gateway solar arrays will as well. And while these generate those 11 kilowatts of power, the 2 rollout solar arrays, or ROSAs, on Gateway will generate 60 kilowatts of power. That ROSA design is currently being tested aboard the space station. We have 2 new ones installed and a spacewalk conducted earlier today, preparing for another set.
That's what they were watching.
Coming up on 22 minutes since liftoff today, Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage traveling over 16,800 miles per hour. The solar arrays deploying now are part of the European Service Module. It's comprised of 20,000 parts and components. The service module was developed as part of an agreement between NASA and the European Space Agency, or ESA. This is the first time NASA is using a European-built system as a critical element to power an American spacecraft.
At least we're starting to see some images. They do have a lot of cameras. You're right. They do have different angles. You could see it, but it looks like maybe they had issues, like they always do. Technical issues, communications, could be anything. But at least because that keeps going back and forth. At least we're seeing something now. I'm still pissed, but I'm calming down a little bit. At least we're seeing something. Yeah. You know, well, I'm sure we're going to see some, probably some.
Coming up now, and 24 minutes into the flight of Artemis 1, spacecraft now traveling at 16,500 miles per hour around the Earth. We are in solar array deploy, and we have confirmation all 4 arrays are deployed.
That's good. I think the panels are fully deployed now.
Coming up in a little less than 30 minutes is the perigee raise maneuver.
Look at it. You see how it's maneuvering? You see the side, the jets, configuring it. The bottom one is now moving it. The top one was moving it earlier. You could see it coming from the bottom. It's aligning itself. That's pretty cool. Yeah, thrusters. Yeah, exactly. So that was a cool shot. That's a beautiful view.
And with our launch at 1:41 Eastern Time this morning, we are looking for a perigee raise maneuver about 53 minutes into today's flight. Again, we are now 25 minutes and 47 seconds into the flight, and we have a complete deployment of all 4 solar arrays. Orion's journey to the moon continues as planned. Again, looking forward to that perigee raise maneuver.
I wonder
That'll
how
be
long
coming
before
up
it reaches
again at about 53
the
minutes
moon.
into the mission, so about 27 minutes from now. During the perigee raise maneuver, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will use its RL-10 engine to lift the lowest point of Orion in Earth's orbit. The current orbit is more of an oval shape than a perfect circle, and this burn will raise that point closest to Earth and make the orbit more circular. This will also include a checkout of Orion's systems and any adjustments to the solar arrays. It'll be a short burn, less than 30 seconds long, but critical to keep us on track, and it also prepares us for the next engine burn to send Orion to the moon. That's the translunar injection burn. That'll come up a little later, which is a longer burn, another firing of the RL-10 engine on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
I wonder, can anybody look that up? How long they project this to reach the moon? I didn't look that up.
We caught a glimpse there of those solar arrays, and with all 4 solar arrays properly deployed, Orion's journey to the moon continues, and we've got more operational updates coming up shortly, but for now, I'm going to toss it back to Megan and Kayla at Kennedy.
All right, this is what it says here. The average, I'm going to mute the audio. The average distance to the moon is 382,500 kilometers. And according to NASA, rockets using current propulsion systems take between 2.5 and 4 days to arrive at the moon. That being said, the Artemis mission will spend a great deal longer in space as it has other tasks to complete on the dark side of the moon and beyond. The 1.3 million mile journey is expected to last 42 days, 3 hours, and 20 minutes. If successful, it will break the record for the longest flight without docking at a space station. The spacecraft will also make a close pass of the lunar surface. Along the way around the moon, NASA will perform 2 flybys measuring at 62 miles above the rocky surface. Let me see if I can pull up any more information. Okay. There's a lot of stuff here that I'm skimming. About an hour and 40 minutes after launch is where the next big challenge lies. To reach the moon, the ICPS needs to precisely execute a long engine burn called translunar injection, or TLI. For roughly 20 minutes, it will fire its engines, accelerating the Orion spacecraft from 17,500 miles per hour to 22,000 miles per hour. The speed required to shrug off Earth's gravity and instead cling to the moon. If the burn goes bad, Orion could miss the moon entirely. So it is crucial that this goes off without a hitch. Post TLI, Orion will detach from the ICPS and sail onto the moon in solitude. For the rest of its mission, the spacecraft will be flying under its own power using onboard navigation and propulsion systems. Our Artemis 2 is scheduled for 2024. So that's basically the information. Amanda just sent me a link. And additional information from the one that Amanda sent me is, once the ICPS is fired, it has another job to deploy 10 tiny CubeSats. And they have different types of missions, each one of them. It will take 1 to 2 weeks to get to the moon. That's what it's saying on the link that Amanda sent me. Artemis will be gone between 26 and 42 days. It will take 1 to 2 weeks to get to the moon, where Orion will swoop down close to the lunar surface and use the gravitational kick it receives to enter a so-called distant retrograde orbit. Retrograde means that the orbit that it will orbit the moon in the opposite direction to the one in which the moon spins. Orion will stay in that orbit for between 6 and 19 days. Then it will swing back down toward the moon for another kick to help power its 9 to 19-day journey back to Earth. So now I'm going to look at the link, Daryl. Same thing. It's pretty much the same thing about the CubeSats. Before, and it says here, a half hour after the TLI engine firing, the Orion capsule will separate from the ICPS to fly on its own. From that point, the ICPS will continue toward the moon, deploying a dozen small scientific research satellites called CubeSats along the way, before thruster firings to head out into a disposal orbit around the sun. Orion flight controllers, meanwhile, will test the orbital maneuvering system, engine powering the capsule service module. Those will set up critical outbound powered flyby engine firing. That's the big burn that will actually move Orion and send it toward the planned distant retrograde orbit around the moon. So when we do that burn and when we go by the moon, we're going to be about 60 miles off the surface. It's going to be spectacular. Oh my God, we better have cameras for that. The outbound powered flyby will occur over the backside of the moon when Orion is out of contact with mission control. So we'll be praying and holding our breath. But we're confident that all will go well. After a slingshot-like loop around the moon, another burn will put the craft in the planned distant retrograde orbit. Cameras inside and out. Throughout the flight, cameras inside and outside Orion will document the view, beaming back selfies and shots of the spacecraft, moon, and Earth, including planned views of Earthrise over the limb of the moon, reminiscent of the famous shot by the Apollo 8 mission that came to symbolize the environmental movement. All the while, the flight controllers will be testing Orion systems and collecting a steady stream of engineering telemetry to document the spacecraft's performance in the deep space environment. The service module will be closely monitored, given the Artemis 1 mission will last twice as long as the module's 21-day design certification. And then the long journey home. "20 minutes before atmospheric entry, the capsule will separate from its no longer needed service module and orient itself for its 16.5 foot wide heat shield is facing the direction of travel. The capsule will then slam into the top of the discernible atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet while moving at nearly 25,000 miles per hour. The spacecraft will dip into the atmosphere to slow down, then pop back up like a rock skimming across the lake. It will enter a second time moments later, and during temperatures of up to 5,000 degrees at atmospheric friction slows the craft to a velocity of about 300 miles per hour. We're actually what we're doing is called a skip entry profile. Orion will jettison a parachute by bay cover at the altitude of 35,000 feet using 3 small chutes that will in turn pull out 2 23-foot wide drogue parachutes that will stabilize the spacecraft and help slow it down to about 130 miles per hour. 3 11-foot wide pilot chutes then will deploy, pulling out the capsule's 3 116-foot wide main parachutes at an altitude of about 6,800 feet. The mains will slow its descent to a relatively gentle 17 miles per hour for splashdown. So there you go. So thanks to Amanda and Daryl for providing those links. And it looks like the stream is done. So that is pretty freaking cool. So we definitely got to monitor this in the next few weeks. And see how this goes. I didn't mute her. It's just not. Well, I did mute her. I did mute it because I was reading. Yes. But there's not that much coming in now. We've seen what we could see. It's bedtime. It's actually 2:30 in the morning. So yeah, that's pretty cool. But anyway, that's a wrap. So I hope everybody enjoyed it. I know I did. And we'll keep an eye on NASA and see if any stuff comes in. I'm sure on future Sky Tour live streams and on his show, maybe Mark will, and Daryl and Tara and Amanda will be showing images, keeping us updated on the progress of Artemis 1. I'm definitely going to keep an eye on it. It should be amazing if they can get those images as it goes 60 miles above the lunar surface. They've got to get us something for that. We've got to get that. We've got to get that. So hopefully we're going to see a lot of images coming in from the cameras. Hopefully. Anyway, lovelies, have a great night, great morning. Be well, be blessed, be safe. And thankfully, we had a successful launch tonight. Despite a 43-minute delay. I think it came down to 104. It was 147.44, I think it was, the launch. So, not bad. Not too bad. Main thing is it launched. All right, everybody. Have a great night. I need to get to bed. Long day tomorrow. Be well, be blessed, be safe. And until next time, good night. And go, Artemis, go.